A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, looks like Nammauru Bengaluru crowd seems to be a little quiet this morning. Let's bring in the best energy because Bangalore is known for the best energy. So let's do this once more. A very good morning, everyone. Well, now that's like a fabulous energy to get started with this lovely morning that's exclusively dedicated to each one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started with anything, I want each one of you right here to give a big round of applause for yourself. It's your presence that makes this morning incredibly special. So before we get started with anything, I just want to ask everyone, are we all ready to begin this morning? Are we ready? Yes, I do get a lots of yes and a high energy, but let me tell you, today's day is planned in a way that there's lots of learning, there's lots of gaining, there's lots of sharing, and technology truly at its best. But before we get started with anything, I just want to check how energetic and how excited and how active are we feeling this lovely morning. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a simple icebreaker, which is going to be like one voice, one command, and one action. So what do we really do? When I say one, I want everybody together to just clap once. When I say two, you clap twice. And when I say three, you clap thrice. That's it. It's as simple as that. But it's just like one voice, one command, one action together before we get started this wonderful morning. So are you all with me? So here we begin. One. Together. I don't see the charge. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 1, 2, 0. See? Got you. Nobody's listening. But let's do this once more, which means this time it's just going to be perfect. Let's try this once more. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 0. Fantastic. Well, that is definitely a great start to this lovely morning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I set the context as to what's in store for us today, this lovely day, what are we going to expect for ourselves, then let me tell you, firstly, it gives me an immense joy and a great pleasure to be welcoming each one of you to the India Storage and Data Resiliency Day 2025, brought to you by AWS and proudly hosted by Cyber Media. This is one of a kind, invite-only customer conclave where innovation meets intelligence and your data takes center stage in building the future with generative AI. Talking about today's theme, it's Unlock the Future of Cloud Storage, Backup, and Cyber Resilience. As organizations across India digitally transform, scalable, secure, and cost-efficient cloud storage is no longer optional. But it definitely is very essential. And today, we will deep dive into how you can protect, modernize, and power your data like never before. With that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a hearty warm welcome to each one of you. My name is Afshan, and I have truly the pleasure of being your host for this lovely morning. And as we get started, I also want to remind everyone and ask a simple question. Can we all see like a green bucket on our table? Can we all see that? Can we just pick that up? Why do you think this bucket is right here? And what is this bucket all about? Can we have some answers? Multiple answers coming in. Can we just be like a little louder? It's a cloud storage. What else? S3 bucket. Lovely. What else? What else? It's AWS. We have different kinds of answers with different energy. Answer. It's a storage bucket on table for us to smile and shine today. Green and sustainable. I think so many wonderful answers coming in, but as the day unfolds, we will know more about this. We will deep dive into this and we will understand it much better. But also, let's make this more interesting. Who doesn't like social media these days? How many of you are social media fans? It could be Facebook, Instagram. Let's talk about LinkedIn that connects as well. Well, today, if you are a social media lover and if LinkedIn is something that you really love the most, then there's something exciting for you. And let me tell you how and why. Throughout the day, when you capture some wonderful moments of yours, you could just take a selfie, you could just post about your experience, you could just tell us what you're really liking the most. It could be anything, but just tell the world what's happening today in Namma Bengaluru, what's happening today at AWS. Just tell the world what's happening. And then just give a hashtag. And the hashtag is right here for you. It is AWS Storage Day 25. And what happens is at the end of this wonderful afternoon, we will be having 3 lucky winners who will walk away with something really exciting and interesting. But how do we decide these winners? Is your post needs to have maximum engagement. It needs to have maximum number of likes or comments or engagement or a repost. It could be anything. And we have a team dedicatedly who's looking at all of this. And at the end of this day, we have 3 lucky winners walking away with something interesting. Does it sound nice? Are we ready? All set to take some wonderful pictures? Yes or no? Yes, are we? So then let's do one thing. Let's start one right now. Can we just have everyone standing up? Early morning, like a good, nice stretch. Everyone, up from your seats. Take out your mobile phones. Everybody, take out your mobile phones. Everyone. We all take out our mobile phones and we all take a quick turn, a 360-degree turn. Capture nobody else but just yourself, because the most important person in your life is only you. At the count of 3, take your first picture for the day and post this in your social media account. Everyone together, we do this together. Everybody turn around, everybody turn around. At the count of 3 is when we take this. Everybody turn around, focus yourself, and at the count of 3, 3, and we can say cheese, that's allowed, that's free of cost as well. So 3, 2, 1, and say, fantastic. That's a beautiful smile captured for the lovely morning, and we get started now. With that, with a high energy and a great start, as we get started now, let me take a moment to also thank our partners who made this day possible for us. Starting with our gold partners, Commvault, NetApp, AMD, our silver partners, Rapido, Veronis, Workmates, and WiseTech. I would also like to thank our media partner, DataQuest. Can we have a big round of applause for all our partners? Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to check out our partner booth where you can get a hand-on experience and get lots of information to make this day productive for yourself. With that, we are now all set to begin with this lovely morning. Let me ask everyone, are we ready? Well, with that, let's get ready to get into technology at its best. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an immense joy and a great pleasure to be welcoming on stage truly someone who needs no introduction. Please join along with me and let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome Mr. Biswajit Das, Head Data and AI, AWS India, for the opening address. Mr. Das, to be right here. Thank you so much. The stage is all yours now.
As always, she should never be on stage before anybody. It's a difficult sort of energy to follow, but thank you so much, right? It's absolutely brilliant. We were worried. The rains in Bangalore, rains all over India. We were worried whether all of us would be able to make it here on time. I think it's a testament to Bangaloreans that you got here on time and before time, a lot of you, but thank you so much, right? I am like the amuse bouche before the main meal, right? You'll get to hear a lot of people more intelligent, smarter, more knowledgeable than me throughout the day. But one of the peculiar things that you have about Amazonians is that when we come on stage, we tell you something about ourselves that you don't generally see on a social media profile, right? So here's mine. So I started my career as a bartender. That is still today my last final formal education. I'm not an engineer, I'm not an MBA, right? And I still hold it very true. So everywhere I go, people generally ask me, Biswa, from a bartender to leading data and AI for AWS, which Diwali lottery did you buy? What happened? How did you get here? So much so that it almost became like an existential question for me, right? If you have ever had the misfortune to hear me speak before, you would have heard me speak a lot about this, about data being the genesis of all innovation. And when I was doing research around it, here is what I found. Anybody wants to hazard a guess as to what this is? Don't worry, it's not a fair question, but very obviously it's a clay tablet. This was around, I think, 14,000 BC in what is now southern Iraq. And like all priceless things, if you want to see it today, you'll have to go to the British Museum in London. But what this is apparently this is the first known record of human data in our entire history, right? But more importantly, what is this a record of? So apparently the first known record of data in human history is a record of how much wine was given out to slave laborers. And that's when I figured alcohol and data has been fueling innovation for centuries, and serendipitously I ended up at the right place at the right time, right? And innovation is a very bandied about word. But if I asked you to close your eyes and visualize innovation, more often than not, this is what you would think of. That one shiny eureka moment, that spark which helps you solve, global poverty and everyone's problems. But if you actually went in and sort of zoomed into innovation, this is what it looks like. This is the hundreds and thousands of data points that you have collected, whether it is through education, experience, nature, nurture, learning from other people. And then when you connect some of those dots, that's when the actual eureka moment happens. And everything, and we are able to do this because the human brain is an amazing machine learning instrument. And everything that we create at AWS Data and AI is to enable us and organizations like you to actually function like one unified human brain. And a large part of that endeavor is actually, at the edge of it, is actually what we are doing with AI and generative AI. And who isn't talking about it, right? This is a website you should go and visit. It's an ONDC website. This is very obviously a screen grab at a point of time focused on India. It records the amount of chatter and news that's being generated on AI. And it's just mind-boggling the speed at which everyone's talking about it, right? But to really get value out of your generative AI journey, what do you need? The very obvious answer is good data gives you good AI, right? And at the heart of everything that we do in data sits our storage. Whether you want to do analytics or machine learning, whether you're looking at your organization's disaster recovery or backup, whether you want to bring your data to cloud, structured, unstructured, leverage your data lakes, whether it is the flexibility of what we do with open source tables now, whether it is real-time logs, or whether it is generative AI. S3 sits at the heart of everything we do with data. And therefore, storage and S3 is all we'll talk about. It's a long day, but it's brilliantly curated. You'll have an interesting set of speakers come in before this. So you'll have Mark and Hiren talk about how we can really harness the power of what we're doing with storage. We will have Balaji and Wu come on stage and talk about how you can build resilience on cloud. I have not seen a lot of people talk about S3 with this sort of eloquence that Wu speaks about. Wu, thank you so much for that, right? We'll have Kristen joined by Puneet and Robbie who will be on stage and talk about how we are helping customers along with NetApp accelerate their journey to the cloud. And you'll have partners like Maheshwaran and customers from Games 24/7, from Angel One, and partners like eData come and talk about what they are doing with everything AWS and everything AWS storage. And then, of course, we'll have our own in-house experts. We'll talk about zero trust and DPDPA and resilience. S3 tables, we'll have Pritish talk about how Indian banks are leveraging the data lakes to be actually getting value out of their data, right? And all of this is possible because of our partners. We have been, we are, and we'll continue to remain a partner-first organization. So none of this would ever have been possible without our partners who are making this happen. But I'm going to take a pause here. If you have ever been to any AWS India event before, this is a slide you would have seen. Our very articulated mission is to enable builders and organizations such as yourselves to build a better India. And we have been here for a while, right? So I constantly think, is any of what we are doing actually makes a difference to anyone's life? So one day I sat down. I said, I'm an average Indian. Does anything that I do actually have an impact on my life? And here is what I found out. I found out that from the time that I've woken up by Alexa, to the breakfast cereals that I have, to the gym clothes that I wear, and where I go and do my exercise, if I actually did an exercise, which evidently I don't, right? Where I get my news, whether it's in English or vernacular, even the razor I would have used, which again, evidently I don't. But when I did any of this, there was an AWS data and AI customer who actually touched my life. And then when I go to office, if you're like me and you're taking 3 flights a week, who here hasn't used DigiYatra? I think as Indians, we should be very proud of what DigiYatra has enabled. It's one of the best systems that we have seen for airport access across the world. The airports that we use, if you're taking a train or how you're doing a ticket, maybe take a ride here, taxi to your office, drive yourself, or even the tires that your cars drive on. And then when you get to office, the apps that you use, whether it is your CRM systems, whether it is your marketing systems, whether it is accounting systems, and so many, many more. And when I and you do any of this, there is an AWS data and AI customer who actually touches my life. Even when I take that small break, the food that I order, how I pay for it, when I sneak in that chai cigarette break, or check whether I paid my taxes and whether my salary is still there or not, or do I need to start looking for a new job. When I do any of this, there is an AWS data and AI customer who touches my life. And then once I go back home, if you are like me, I like to put up my feet and have a small drink, have a little chakna with my drink, Netflix and chill. And why just Netflix and chill? Every streaming service and chill. Maybe help the kids with their schoolwork, book my next vacation, book tickets to the next cricket match. If not, play fantasy cricket. And when it's my turn to cook, order food in. And then when I'm drifting off, I have the last pill that was delivered to me in 30 minutes. I read a little, I listen to a little soundscape, and then I drift off in that soft, smooth mattress from dawn till the time I'm down. Every hour of my life, there is an AWS data and AI customer who touches my life. And why am I telling you all this? I keep saying, only doing is doing. But the next best thing is to know that your peers and your colleagues in this country are leveraging these technologies to change how we live every day of our life. That gives us the confidence and conviction to go out there and experiment, because all of this is not a futurist view. This is happening right now. So it's time that you and I go out and build something new. You guys have been amazing. This is going to be a great day. Thank you for coming in. Now on to the main course. Over to you, Sana. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again have a big round of applause for Mr. Biswajit. Thank you so much for that powerful opening and also setting the context for what's in store for us today. Moving ahead now, it's time for us for our first keynote. From bytes to brilliance, harnessing the power of AWS storage. Ladies and gentlemen, join along with me as I take the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Mark Trimusha, Worldwide Director, Storage and Data Protection, AWS. Let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome Mr. Mark on stage. A hearty warm welcome to you, Mark.
Namaste. Namaste.
Yes.
My head is very large up there. Why is my head the largest out of all of them? So that's what I said. But thank you. I wanted to, I'm not going to tell you about my career choices, as Biswat said early, because it was interesting if I wanted to be a radio DJ. We can talk about it later, why I took this turn. But I do want to share with you just a brief, again, personal note. I've been visiting India now since 1995 was my first visit, and that was when I first visited Bangalore. I was in Mumbai as well, and I drove when they just built the highway from Mumbai to Pune. And so what I've observed, and the thing that I'm very excited about speaking to you here today, is the pace of innovation that I've seen in the last 25 years in India. When I was here in Bangalore, it was very, I don't even recognize it anymore. It's grown so much. And one of the things I was talking to some of the team this week, and one of the things that I was asked is, well, maybe the pace of innovation in India, especially around generative AI, ML, and technology, is maybe a little bit slower than other paces in the world. I disagree. I think one of the things that I point out is UPI. I'm blown away at how within just a few years you've established a payment system and leapfrogged it so that every pawn vendor takes a QR code and you can get anything. Again, you've leapfrogged the world. So you should be really proud of the innovation here, and I'm proud just to be speaking to you and really in thinking about the evolution, and I think you are poised for success with your organizations to take advantage of data, and that's what we're going to be talking about today, is how do you harness the power of data? Yes, this day is about storage, but as Biswat said, it's really about data, and storage and S3 is the foundation of that data, and today I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about the evolution of our storage portfolio, how that can help you both take data, groom data, curate data, and eventually extend that data into generative AI and machine learning. So we'll start it off and talk a little bit about data being foundational and really starting with durable cloud storage. So what you want to make sure as a basic building block is that once you have moved your data into the cloud, that it's secure, available, and durable. So whatever you're moving from, or whether you're creating cloud-native applications, AWS's storage portfolio has something to be able to run that application. So object storage with S3, block storage for high-performance database applications for the EBS, shared file storage with EFS, lift and shift and ease of migration, and we'll be talking with FSX NetApp, FSX Windows, a wide variety of file storage solutions. And then we'll be spending quite a bit of time today on ensuring your data is protected and resilient. Because once you've moved to the cloud and once you have your data in the cloud, you want to make sure that the data is available and either through malicious or accidental reasons, you want to make sure that the data is not deleted or altered in any way. So we'll talk to you about the entire portfolio, and then we'll talk a little bit about what customers are doing, some of the innovations, and how you can take advantage of AWS and Amazon S3 and our entire portfolio of solutions. So first of all, let's start. What are customers building today? It's a wide variety of solutions that customers are building in the cloud. First of all, in customers, we have tens of thousands of data lakes now running on AWS today. We have customers who have built them from scratch, but many other customers who've migrated them from on-premises to Hadoop and then taken advantage of AWS S3, Amazon S3 with our 3 availability zones, 11 nines of durability and availability to make sure that that's your solid foundation for your data lakes. Modern applications like SaaS, SAP, and making sure that you have a solid foundation for that as well. Mission critical applications like SAP and SQL Server, file shares, And then you want to make sure, as I said, data protection, and you're protecting that data. And then for those in regulated industries like financial services or healthcare, making sure that your data is available for compliance reasons as well. So let's dive a little bit deeper on some of our storage portfolio. First of all, we have EFS, our shared file system. So if you think about perhaps you're using AWS serverless technology like Lambda, you have multiple instances, and you want to be able to share that data and have a persistent storage layer that's available to all of the instances. So what you can do is you can spin up multiple instances, and you can be assured that all the newest code is available, your Lambda code is available to all of those instances using EFS. So that's your shared file system for applications in AWS. Now you're thinking about how do I build, and many of you are using these building blocks today, how do I build next generation applications in the cloud? So block storage, high performance, whether you're running databases, but often customers are using this for boot volumes. So pretty much every customer, show of hands, how many people are using EC2 and EBS? I think everybody, hopefully everybody's hand raises, but everybody is a basic building block. EFS, shared file directory, 1 to thousands of clients. Again, we talked about Lambda use cases, but again, containers and EFS are a pattern that work really well together. And then finally, S3, where we're going to be spending the bulk of the time today. This is your data lake, your foundation for generative AI, machine learning, and you have exabytes. And we have individual customers storing exabytes today. So for file, and I know Christian is going to do a much deeper dive on file, but again, I want to share a little bit of the portfolio this morning. First of all, we have FSxN or FSx NetApp ONTAP. This is a like-for-like solution for customers wishing to migrate or stand up new capabilities in the cloud for customers who are used to that great performance and capabilities with NetApp's infrastructure, with the ONTAP system. Secondly, we have FSx for Windows, migrating your Windows file servers. FSx for Lustre, which we see a common use case, especially the combination of Lustre and S3 for, say, LLM model training. We see that quite often. High performance compute applications where you need that really high performance file system layer with S3 backing it. OpenZFS and file cache. So, all of this comes together then, as Vishwat said, with S3 being kind of the center of all of these different applications. So you can store your data in S3 in open formats, and that's a trend that we're seeing in S3 is rather than having it in proprietary closed formats, storing it in an open format. So whatever applications and whatever analytics or machine learning applications that are available today or in the future are able to read that data. Cost effectively scaling to exabytes, decoupling storage from compute, and then your choice of analytics and ML engines, whether ours, AWS, or any of our partner solutions. So that's the foundation, if you will. And again, as I mentioned, we're going to talk about storage, but really the rest of this presentation is going to be about what do you do with the data once it's stored in S3 and in AWS. So really we think about really the path and the journey for customers moving their data in 3 stages. The first stage is aggregation of the data. So many customers are migrating very rapidly to the cloud or creating, say, new data sets in S3 today. This is moving, whether it's terabytes, petabytes, or exabytes of data, moving that data and aggregating that data. And there are a lot of efficiencies that you can get. So I work with customers every single day who are migrating silos of data from different departments. So for example, finance department, marketing department, and different areas might have silos of data today on premises. Aggregating and putting that data into S3 immediately provides efficiencies because you're having perhaps duplicate data around the organization. Now you're able to aggregate that data in one place. Rather than having 3 copies, you might just have 1. So you're getting immediate return on investment. The next stage is probably one of the most crucial stages, and we're going to be talking about this quite a bit today. And I know also our friends at Commvault are going to be talking a little bit about how they help in this area too around data curation. But data curation, let me unpack this a bit. So you take all your data and all your from around your organization and you dump it into S3, and now you've aggregated it. But what use is it if you can't have applications understand, first of all, what the data is, and you can't assign governance and security policies to make sure that the data is only accessible by those who need it and inaccessible to those who don't. So the curation stage of the data is probably as important or more important than the aggregation stage. So with this, we offer tools and capabilities like S3 metadata built on S3 tables, as well as additional capabilities to curate that data, to set things, first of all, to make sure that ML and analytics applications can understand the data and be able to search the data. Secondly, to be able to provide governance and security policies, again, to provide the capabilities to make sure that you have data like you had physical isolation on-prem. Now you want to be able to have isolation and governance in the cloud. So that curation of data is a critical step for customers. And many customers that we have stop here. This is where many customers are today. But the interesting thing comes in is now the extension of the data. So once you've curated the data and aggregated the data, now you can extend the data, both for internal use cases to internal departments. And then we have other customers like Experian and Salesforce, that are building marketplaces with their data, that are now extending kind of their data that they've curated and aggregated, and are now providing licensing and marketplace versions of that data to external customers. So this is the journey that we're seeing with many customers still in that curation stage, and that's, I think, where we really want to focus and help customers so they can build up and get to that extend stage. So once you've had this, and now you have it all in S3, you can have data streams putting data into S3, applications accessing that data, data warehouses taking advantage of it, and databases being able to all pull data from S3 as that source of truth. And so what we saw is over the last few years, where S3 started, and S3 is almost 20 years old now, so where S3 started was a highly durable, highly secure object store to be able to get access to any data in the world at any time. But a lot of the data was image data, colder data, that wasn't actively changing and was not really transactional data. What we've seen over the last 5 years, though, is this acceleration of data, specifically tabular data, and then in further acceleration of a specific type of tabular data in iceberg format that now really is one of the fastest growing areas of data growth within S3. And so today, we have exabytes of data in Apache Parquet stored in S3. And to kind of give you an idea of the volume, we have over 15 million requests per second for Apache Parquet data across S3 in AWS. So really, S3 has transitioned from becoming this, if you will, more traditional file construct and hierarchy, and taking taking image data and colder data, and now migrating it to a data store with Iceberg as one of the fastest growing formats. And so we saw this, and we saw lots of customers that were using Iceberg to manage their Parquet format data in an open standard, and being able to do things like compaction and being able to have rollback and fast forward and rewind capabilities for their metadata and for their tabular data. We said, customers are using S3 for this at an exabyte scale. How do we more deeply understand the data and help customers manage that data more efficiently so that they don't have to do all the heavy lifting around management of the metadata, the compaction of the metadata, et cetera, all of the heavy lifting. And so what we did is we introduced Amazon S3 tables at reInvent last year. And so this will be a theme that you'll see is really trying to deeply understand the data that's stored in S3 today, and helping our customers then manage and curate and extend that data. So with Amazon S3 tables, we created an entirely new an entirely new bucket called table buckets. And like the table buckets, the buckets that you see on your table, the little, I think there's a little tongue in cheek there, but you have a bucket on your table, that's a table bucket. we, with Amazon S3 tables, said we know this new bucket type and we understand the type of data, which is iceberg data, tabular data, with iceberg managing the metadata. So what can we do with that? We can understand that, so instead of having to package and lay out the data for optimal performance, we automatically can say, oh, we know this is iceberg and we know it's tabular data, so we're gonna get performance benefits, so we could just optimize for that. And we can say, hey, well, why don't we just do compaction for you rather than you having to write your own compaction routines. And in the future, new capabilities and heavy lifting, all the storage heavy lifting, if you think about our customers are asking for, that too, we'll be able to do in the fullness of time. But day one, this is providing customers who've never used Iceberg before up to 3x faster query performance and up to 10x higher TPS. Why? Because we know what's in the bucket, right? It's a table bucket. We offer simplified security and automated cost optimization. So let me finish, and then before I hand it off to Haren, with a customer called Pendulum. Pendulum is a brand intelligence platform, and they're transforming their data lakes by using S3 table buckets. They process thousands of hours of analyzed video and audio content and extract that content in near real time using machine learning tools. And so they didn't want to, their expertise isn't managing tables, compaction, snapshots, file cleanups, and all of this heavy lifting. Their expertise is in brand intelligence and taking advantage of and making really intelligent decisions and helping customers make decisions on that data, not on the heavy lifting on the storage layer. So what we do is we help them, and they're saving up to 40% cost reductions and improving performance just by using S3 tables. We're seeing thousands and thousands of customers now adopting S3 tables for eliminating the heavy lifting using S3 tables. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Haren Chandaramani and talk to you a little bit more about how we're helping customers understand the data that they're storing, new innovations, and tease up a little bit about some of the new generative AI and ML foundations that we're building on S3. So thank you. Hand it over to Haren.
Thank you, Mark. All right. Mark said, right, we shipped S3 tables at reInvent in 2024. But we didn't stop there. We continue to innovate. We continue to add more features, functionality to S3 tables that we think will help our customers. And I'm going to talk to you about a few of them here. So the first one I want to talk to you about is additional support for different file types. When we shipped S3 tables back at reInvent 2024, we had compaction, and compaction was supported only for Parquet files. Now, if you look at all the data lakes out there, Parquet makes up probably the majority of all the file types that are there. But we were listening to our customers. They do have some Apache Avro. They have some ORC files in their data lakes. And so now S3 tables will also compact Avro and ORC file types. This means all the benefits of compaction, which is faster query times, better cost economics, will now apply to Apache, Avro, and ORC file types too. Okay? The second thing we did was we now support sort and Z-order compaction. Sort and Z-order compaction was shipped, I think, maybe in June 2024. One of the things that many people may not realize, with this announcement, we also cut the price of compaction in general across the board. At launch, we supported bin pack compaction. We cut the price of bin pack compaction by 90%. And we have cut the price of Z and sort order compaction by 80%, making it even better, right, for you. Now, sort compaction helps you with making your queries even faster and making it even quicker and more economical because of the way it now compacts your files. It makes it such that your queries have to go through fewer number of files and making it faster, right? Z-order is even better in performance when you're querying across multiple columns in your tables. Both of those are supported now. We've cut the price, and it becomes really, really economical to actually do these now. The third thing that we shipped was an MCP server for Amazon S3 tables. For those of you who don't know, MCP stands for Model Context Protocol. It is an open protocol that allows AI models to access external data sources in a very standard format. What that means now for us is that for S3 tables, you can still query it using SQL semantics and SQL queries. But in addition to that, you can also now query it using conversational commands and ask it questions, making S3 tables even easier to use and much, much more powerful. Those are just 3 of the things that we released, right? If you look at this slide here, it's a little bit of an eye chart, but it really shows you the pace of innovation that we are pursuing with S3 tables. We launched S3 tables in 3 regions back in November. Today, it's supported in all 32 commercial regions. I think we have 32. I think I'm right there. 32 regions of AWS. In addition, we've been listening to our customers. We also released an IRC endpoint. We heard our customers say that they want to bring their customer catalogs to S3 tables, and it was difficult to do so using a bin, a jar file or something like that. So we implemented an IRC endpoint. We also, I want to highlight KMS. KMS was not available at launch, but now we support KMS because that's important to a lot of our more security-minded customers. Now, this pace of innovation that we have here is going to continue. We're not going to stop here. You're going to see many, many more interesting announcements come out for the rest of 2025. I can't publish the roadmap here, but if you're using S3 tables and you're interested in the roadmap conversation, please reach out to us under NDA. We can do a roadmap briefing too out there. Okay? So we talked about tabular data and how S3 has become really, really good for tabular data, how it is perfect for Iceberg, for analytics. But we're going even beyond tabular data now, right? So if you look at where our customers are taking us, we have heard from our customers that their data is exploding right now, and managing that data is becoming more and more complex. At the same time, our customers want to look at the data and extract additional insights to it. And the way they're doing that today is by using vector embeddings so that they can now query that data using semantic queries and ask questions and find nearest neighbors and KNN search and all of those things. And so vector embeddings are becoming a big, big part of our customers' workflow. Now, you have tools that do give you vector embeddings, but there are 3 challenges that they run into today. The first one is cost. A lot of the vector databases today are in memory, which means the cost is high. And as the number of vector embeddings goes up, the cost goes up with that proportionally. The second one is that these are mostly provisioned vector databases, which means you can't scale up, you can't scale down very easily because they're provisioned. And the third one is the granularity. If you decide to change your chunking strategy so that you have more fine-grained vectors, then the cost and the scalability challenges multiplies even much more, right? And so we looked at this, we heard our customers, and this is where we announced S3 vector buckets. It's another type of bucket. So now you have general purpose buckets, you have S3 table buckets, and you now have Amazon S3 vector buckets. This is available today. It is in preview, and it's public preview. What I mean by that is you don't need any special permission to use it. You can go into your console today, and this is available to try it out for you. What it does is it provides you that sub-second query performance. It doesn't provide you single digit, but it does provide you with sub-second query performance. But you do get up to 90% cost savings on your storage and your queries, right? And the last thing there is you get the scale, durability, availability of S3. You can store up to 1 billion objects per index, and you can have multiple indexes per bucket. So you get the scale of S3 with that. And so when we launched this, we also thought about it from a solution point of view. We just didn't launch the buckets. We launched 2 integrations that are key. The first one being the Amazon Bedrock knowledge bases. Amazon Bedrock knowledge bases today can use S3 vectors for the RAG workflow. And we see a bunch of customers doing that. The second one is the integration with OpenSearch. It depends on which one you're coming with. If you're coming from the OpenSearch angle, you can then export your indexes into the S3 vectors and continue to use the OpenSearch APIs for your complex queries. If you're coming from S3 buckets and you want higher QPS or queries per second, you can then also export a snapshot into OpenSearch to get the higher QPS performance. So you have integrations both ways with OpenSearch. And I know I'm running out of time. The lights are shining on me here. So I'm just going to close it with two real quick quotes. One from Twillo. Twillo is a customer engagement platform that is currently using S3 vectors as the base for their RAG workflows. And the second one is 12 Labs. 12 Labs is a leader in AI-powered video search. And they leverage S3 vectors for their customers to enable them to search through their videos, gain insights using semantics. And with that, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. And I'm going to hand it back here. Thank you.
I must really say thank you so much, Mr. Mark and Mr. Hiren. What a fantastic and informative session. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause once again. Up next, we're all set for our next session. When chaos strikes, be ready. IT Resiliency with Commvault on AWS. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome on stage Mr. Balaji Rao, Area VP, India and SAARC, Commvault, to please join me on stage. Let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome sir on stage.
Good morning. Am I audible back there? Awesome. So I'll spend a good 5 minutes giving you a view of the broader portfolio of Commvault. But before that, first of all, thank you, AWS. Thank you for having us here. So proud to be part of this data resiliency conclave. And thank you, everyone, for taking time out to come here. I know it's not easy coming to Whitefield. It took me a couple of hours to get here. So thank you for that special effort as well. But that said, let me jump right into how to make your AWS environments resilient with Commvault. So Commvault has been investing in AWS and the AWS architecture from the resilience standpoint for the last almost 1.5 decades. We began our AWS journey way back in 2008. We support all the native services of AWS when it comes to backing up data and making it resilient. So our journey from being a backup vendor, we are a company which is almost 28 years old. So our journey from a backup vendor to a cyber resilience vendor happened over a period of time. We took a very decisive step in 2019 where we said we will build out something very unique for the cloud environments while the legacy backup software continues to grow on its own, evolve on its own to the extent it can. But we believe it's a cloud-first world, and we believe that AWS is very much leading the fray in the cloud-first world. That's when we started increasing our investments. We came out with a SaaS offering, which we wrote grounds up, we wrote the code grounds up, and which is built for the cloud environments. But at the same time, we have a lot of customers. Being a 28-year-old company, we have a lot of global customers, banks, who have entrusted their data, and many of them have the option of the cloud, but also have some on-prem assets left. So we see that we have to balance these worlds given our past, and we are doing that very well with Commvault Cloud today. Commvault Cloud is a platform where the legacy offerings and the modern day AWS offerings can be brought together and managed in a single platform. So the uniqueness of this, for example, is if you want to have a copy of data which is bulletproof in spite of the ransomware situations, in spite of your cyber situations, in spite of the threats that we see, increasing threats from the cyber actors, you can keep the data in an air-gap environment in AWS today. So we can do it two ways. We can create an air gap in a Commvault tenant in AWS in S3, or we could use a very modern day AWS offering called Clumio, which my colleague Boone would be stepping up soon and talking about. But the idea is to have a clean copy of data, a secure copy of data, in spite of the threats, in spite of the challenges, and the ability to recover the data quickly when you want it in a cyber situation. Secondly, you may get a clean copy of data, but the challenge is if you don't have your environment, if your environment is affected by ransomware or by cyber situation or some user who's been hacked and there's a threat actor in your network, how do you manage that? So this is where we came up with Clean Room on AWS. So you can use this air-gap data, and we have the necessary automation and software to restore the data into the clean room in AWS so that a clean room is your AWS account with your privileges, which is dormant most of the time, but it gets active when you have a situation and you want to recover your business. So clean room is a safe place in AWS where you can recover the business, providing Commvault providing the necessary automation so that the air gap data can be moved into the clean room. There is an important concept of cyber resiliency testing that's coming in globally now, and India too. I see many customers beginning to do it. While you have a disaster recovery, may not be good enough in a cyber situation. Most customers would want to take the air gap data, recover it in the clean room, and see how quickly can they recover in a clean room in a cyber situation. So for that, you need to test. So this is a great opportunity to test that data using the clean room in AWS to see how quickly you can restore the data and recover the business. The more you test, the lesser time it takes to recover the data. You may want to commit to your boards, you may want to commit to your senior management saying that this is the time we will take to recover this data. This testing will help you get to that time you take to recover your data. But recovering the data may not be good enough to recover the business on a whole. So if your infrastructure is affected, what did you do? How do you bring back your infrastructure quickly? Which is where one of our recent acquisitions called Cloud Rewind comes into picture. So apart from data today, we are in a position to rebuild your AWS infrastructure in quick time, given that you want to recover from a cyber situation. So how do we do that? We take a snapshot of your entire AWS environment, which includes your network, your storage, and as I said, data is anyway available in an air gap and can be produced on the fly. So when you add infrastructure to the data, you get your whole environment back. So this is how we make you completely resilient in an AWS environment. So we continuously take snapshots of your AWS environment every 15 minutes, maintain them, and the moment you have a challenge, we spin it up in a separate account or in a clean room as the case may be. So if you have some of these tenets, which includes having a secure copy in an air gap, the ability to recover that in a clean room, the ability to recover your infrastructure or rebuild your infrastructure within minutes, you are in a fairly good situation from a cyber resiliency standpoint. Let me add two more components to it. The two more components will make it a minimum viable company. A minimum viable company is those basic components that you require in the case of a cyber situation to bring your business back. So make sure your authentication mechanism is also protected and you have an ability to rebuild that quickly. Without that, you may have the data, you may have the applications, but then the challenge could be from an authentication standpoint. So the ability to back that up and bring that up quickly in a cyber situation is critical. Of course, the productivity softwares that you use, whichever it is also a critical component in the minimum viable company. The moment you have these 5 components together, backed up, ability to recover at pace, you should be in a very good position in a cyber situation to recover your business. So this is about minimum viable company. Now let me switch gears and talk about our new acquisition and also welcome Boone on stage. So we acquired a company called Clumio, which was a little more than a year back. Clumio lives and dies on AWS. It's built on AWS using all the traditional AWS functions. And I would put it this way that this is next generation of data resiliency, and this works only on AWS. And Boone is the founder of Clumio. He comes from the technical side, and he's flown in all the way from the US to talk about Clumio today. So with that, I will hand it over to Boone. Over to you, Boone. Thank you, everyone.
Am I audible? Right, awesome. Nice to meet you all. This is actually the 7th time here at Bangalore. And every time that I visit here, it's amazing. Like the people, the food, it's awesome. So happy to be here and nice to meet you all. So yes, I do some of these conferences and I come up and I do these speaking sessions. But at the core, I'm actually a developer. You know, my natural habitat is actually the keyboard, me, and the computer. So I actually spent the last 20 years building enterprise software, out of which I would say the last 10 years, I actually spent building software on AWS. And so far, the partnership with AWS has been awesome. From awesome APIs, documentation, support, I have only great things to say about AWS. And then on top of that, if you actually build on AWS, they actually take care of some of the most challenging problems. Things like scalability, availability, performance, all of those things are actually very, very challenging problems that I know firsthand that is actually very hard to solve. But if you actually use these services, AWS actually offers that out of the box. The other thing to know is about the rich ecosystem. They have hundreds and hundreds of services out there. So if you actually bring your data, let's say in S3 or things like DynamoDB, you can integrate it with countless services. You can actually query using things like AWS Athena. You can actually hook it up with Bedrock. But there are basically countless number of services that you can leverage once you bring the data into AWS. Now, with all that, it will be actually silly for you not to consider some of these AWS native services when you're building something in the cloud. That being, AI applications, cloud native applications, whatever you do in AWS, using the services is actually something that you should seriously consider, both S3 and DynamoDB. And while all that's happening, there's some of the things that is also that you have to do as a user. So when it comes to data protection, it is a shared responsibility model. Yes, AWS will take care of all the infrastructure. They'll make sure that the servers are running. They'll make sure that there's power. Then they'll make sure that all of things is up and running. However, at the same time, it is your job to actually, let's say, create a second copy. It is also your job to actually apply the security primitives. AWS does provide you all of these security primitives like IAM roles and policies, but you as a user, you have to apply them, just like you have to create those second copies, right? And then let's face this, accidental deletions happens to all of us. So when it comes to, let's say, a delete API, just to take an example, if given a delete API from an AWS context, they have no way for them to know whether that delete API was intentional, accidental, was an attack, right? A delete API is a delete API, and that data will be deleted. And if you actually care about the data, it is your job to actually create that second copy. Now that we talked about the need to actually create backups and secure your data, let's talk about some of the key considerations that you have to think about when it's actually going and protecting your data. The first one is scalability. If you're using services like S3 and DynamoDB, the scalability is real. I talk to a lot of customers, and it is pretty common for me to actually encounter customers with buckets that contains 10, 20, 30, sometimes 80 billions of objects in a single bucket. And these buckets are actually creating 4, 5, 6 millions of objects every single hour. And if your backup or data protection service cannot keep up with that scale, then it starts becoming the bottleneck. And what happens at the end of the day, you're going to start missing your IPO requirement to your business. And you don't want that. So whatever your backup or data protection service, it has to keep up with the scale because these data sources are super scalable. The next thing is flexibility. It's not something that is actually talked very often, but I think, in my opinion, it's some of the things that it is very important. Because you have data of different types. You have data that it is super important, that you have to create a second copy. Not only that, if something goes bad, you want it to bring it back ASAP. You will have type of data that, yes, you would like to have a second copy, but maybe you have the luxury to wait a little bit before bringing it back. You have data that maybe you don't need a second copy, and all you need to do is actually manage some of the local versions, and that's good enough. And of course, you also have data that maybe you don't care backing it up, right? And then the other thing to note, the other dimensions to actually think about when it comes to flexibility, is that the layout, how the data is laid out in these S3 buckets or in these DynamoDB tables, are dictated by the primary application. If you think about it, the primary application is dictating how the data is written into these data sources. And that layout sometimes might actually be aligned with the backup strategy, but sometimes it is not. But when it is not, it is the backup software that has to adapt with that, not the other way around. I actually spend quite a bit of time with the developers talking with them. And very often they tell me, hey, I have this one bucket where I put all my important stuff. And I have this other bucket that I put the rest. It's not that easy. When we double click and I start looking at it, it's never the case. They have prefix inside. Within the same bucket, it's a mixture of different data that you have. And then the data protection service has to be flexible to work with that layout. And then the last one, not gonna spend too much time on it, TCO, cost optimization is pretty much top of mind with every single customer that I talk to, TCO. And in reality, the TCO aspect of it is also quite related with the flexibility, because honestly, if it is something that you care a lot, then you back it up, let's say, on a standard tier. If you have data that you can actually afford to wait a little bit, you use the archive tier. Not only that, if you have prefixes within a bucket that doesn't need protection, then don't back it up. So flexibility is one way to achieve lower TCOs. All right, so I'm gonna switch gears a little bit, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about Clumio. Just give you a little bit of a genesis and how it all got started. So Clumio was founded about 7 years ago now, maybe 8 now, but 7 years ago. And we started with the goal of creating a cloud-native backup service to back up all of the cloud-native data sources in the public cloud. Back 7 years ago, and it's still true today, AWS is the biggest cloud provider. So Clumio was natively built with all of the AWS technologies to protect data sources, native data sources within AWS, just like S3, DynamoDB, RDS, EBS, and all of those data services that we protect today. So, like I said, I'm an engineer, and this is an AWS conference, so we're gonna geek out a little bit and just gonna talk about the architecture. And then from there, we'll go to the lower levels. On the left-hand side, this is the customer's account. This is your account. And these are the data sources that you're trying to protect. The way that you onboard Clumio is through installing a CloudFormation template or a Terraform. This is something that we share with you. And all you have to do is to actually go ahead and install the CloudFormation template in your account. And then what that does is that it will actually go ahead and create a single IAM role in your environment. From the very beginning, Clumio, we started with the mode of creating no footprint in the customer's account. So as you can see, there's no compute, there's nothing that runs in your environment, and then the only thing that you have is just a single IAM role. And that also means that that's the only thing that you have to manage, and there's nothing else to manage on your environment. While that happens, on the right-hand side, in this case, we actually go ahead and create an AWS account. This is an AWS account that is dedicated for you, just for that one customer. It is a single tenant account. So if you have a customer A, we create an account dedicated for that customer A. And if there's a customer B, it will be a different account for that customer B. Think of this being your bunker account with all the security primitives to actually protect your data. So all the data is stored and processed in those dedicated accounts, and these accounts are now commingled. So basically, A and B, they're completely isolated from each other. We're a cloud-native architecture. Everything that we do is pretty much serverless. There's nothing there. There's no a single, server that is running, EC2 that is running, but everything that we do is through Lambda functions, and if there's a backups happening, yes, we'll kickstart hundreds of Lambda functions to get that done very quickly, but if there's nothing to do, then at the same time, there's nothing running there other than just data. All the data gets stored in S3 buckets, and we actually natively integrate with a bunch of AWS services, like I said earlier. We heavily use things like Athena. We also integrate with the S3 access points. And it is a cloud-native architecture if you actually look at it. Now, the right-hand side, it may actually look a little complicated, but the good news for you is that this is all delivered as a service. It is not something that you manage. It is not something that you touched. It's basically delivered 100% as a service. And like I said earlier, the only thing that you manage is that IAM role in your account. That's all you need. That's all you see and you touch. There's nothing else for you to manage. And it is fully air-gapped. to the point that if the entire account on the left-hand side were to be compromised at the root level, there's nothing that could actually delete or compromise your backup data. It is actually housed in that bunker account. Next, let's just go ahead and, we talked about a lot about S3, so let's talk about, some of the key features when it comes to S3 backups in Clumio. First of all is scale and performance. Like I said, it is very, very important because S3 scales very, very high, and I know that. We have customers today with about 70 billions of objects protected, and these are not hypothetical numbers. These are actual numbers from real customers that we have today, that they are protecting 70 billion, a single bucket with 70 billions of objects. And in terms of scale, we are actually the industry leader. There's no other solution out there today that could actually protect a bucket with 70 billions of objects. When it comes to RPO, RTO, the same way. We actually back up faster and also restore faster than anybody. When it comes to RPO, we support up to 15-minute RPO, meaning that you're only behind by 15 minutes in the worst case. The other thing that we should talk about is flexibility. We actually provide multiple modes of backup. Like I said, if it is a data that you care and you have to bring it up very fast, then use what's called the standard tier. But if you have to create a second copy, but you have the luxury to wait, let's say 24, 48 hours, then you leverage something called the archive tier, obviously at a different price point. And then lastly, if you don't have to create a second copy, but all you need to do is actually, fix up the version stack for you to roll back a specific bucket, we have something called the backtrack. This backtrack is also an interesting feature. A lot of the customers that I talk to that uses S3 buckets, they enable what's called object versioning. Once it is enabled, and there's a put that happens on that object, AWS S3, they actually create new versions of that object. So if you were to go back in time, the data is there. It's basically an older version, but it is all present. But then the challenge that we heard from the customers is that if you have a bucket with billions of objects and you want to take that bucket, let's say 5 hours ago, while the data is all present in the bucket in the form of older versions, there's nothing out there that would actually go fix up all of the version stacks for all of those billions of objects so that you can time travel your bucket back and forth without making second copies. Because in theory, the versions are there. You're paying them already. But Backtrack allows you to leverage that version to actually time travel, for example. So that's the modality. We offer multiple ways for you to protect. The second thing is that we offer something called what's called a protection group. Think of the protection group being more of a filter. Like I said, you have a giant bucket. You have things that you care. You have things that you don't care. But maybe you also have things that you have to back it up exactly for 1 year, things that you have to back up exactly for 7 years. But if somebody comes to you and he tells you, you have to make a decision at the bucket level, that's not going to work for you. Because you will have to either back up more than what you have to, or don't back up at all. Or in some cases, you have to, when you have to make a decision of retaining exactly for 7 years, or exactly for 1 year within the same bucket, you're bound to break one of them. But we actually allow you filters. You can actually apply policies at the prefix level with Clumio. You can say, hey, back this up, this /1 year data for 1 year, the /7 year for the 7 year, and then the /junk to not back it up, exclude that. So that's yet another way for you to carve out exactly what you need to back up and back up exactly what you need, nothing more. Yes, flexibility in terms of backup is one thing, but we also allow you different modes of restoration. We do full restoration in the case where the entire bucket is gone, but we allow you to do granular restoration, just restore subset of your buckets. But we also offer what's called instant access. We integrated with what's called the S3 access point. S3 access point acts and behaves just like any S3 endpoint. But when I get API, I sent over, essentially that triggers a Lambda function. There's no data backing it up. But what we do is that we use that trick to actually use that Lambda function, retrieve the data from the backup, and serve it back to the customer. So what that means is that for the customers with 10, 20 billions of objects backed up in Clumio, they can access that data near instantaneously using S3 access point without having to restore the full data, for example. So they do get a read-only copy near instantaneously. So different modes of backup, different modes of restore. Let's talk about DynamoDB. In the case of DynamoDB, again, scale and performance is very, very important. Just because we do have customers with about 900 billion items in a single table. And these are serious big buckets, tables that we're talking about. And then in the case of DynamoDB, we also have to think about the cost efficiency. Back 2 years ago, I think we're the first one that launched incremental backups as air gap copies. Customers came back and they told us that they wanted to actually create discrete copies of their DynamoDB tables for them to protect it. Because AWS DynamoDB pitter is actually attached to the table. It's not a discrete copy. So what they wanted to do is to create discrete copies, like actual backups. The problem that they were facing is that all of the backup solutions out there was doing full backups. So now, if you have to keep 30 recovery points, and you have, let's say, 1 terabyte table, those 30 recovery points means that you have to pay for 30 terabytes, because they're all full. So then what we did is we went ahead and solved that problem by implementing basically incremental forever backups for DynamoDB. All that data, again, is air-gapped in that account that I talked about a few slides ago. So it's truly discrete backup that is air-gapped and is forever incremental. And when it comes to TCO, you're now comparing full backups versus incrementals. After that launch, we actually talked to a bunch of our customers, and then we discovered yet another problem, which is related to the flexibility. And this is one thing that I'm just going to walk you through with some of the diagrams. I'm going to start with the problem statement. That's the customer table. The customer organizes their data through partitions. They will actually store all the data for that customer, for the 10 and 0 in partition 0, 10 and 1 in partition 1, so on and so forth. Basically, 10 partitions in DynamoDB table. What's the problem is that this company, they're doing what's called a rolling upgrade. They go ahead and upgrade software for 10 and 0, and then they do it for 10 and 1, and so on and so forth. And then what happens is that right about 2:30, a bug gets reported. So basically, the 10 and 0 got updated at 1:15, 10 and 1 got updated at 2:10, and a bug got reported at 2:30, saying that the 2 upgrades that we did actually caused the 2 partitions to be corrupted. Your business goal now is to roll back 10 and 0 back to 1:15, and roll back 10 and 1 back to 2:10. These are 2 different partitions. Now the problem was that all of the backup solutions, including Clumio at that time, was allowing them to restore full tables as new tables. Like you have to create a new table, and there's no way for you to actually restore things in place. So then this is what you had to do a couple of years ago. First, you have to do 2 full restores. 1 full restore back at 1:15, and another second full restores at 2:10 p.m. So we just did 2 full restores. After that, what you have to do is take the partition 0 from the first full restores, copy it over to your production table, and take the partition 1 and copy it again to your production table. And only after that, you can go ahead and delete those temporary tables, and then that will be the process of restoring. That's the process of you rolling back the 2 partitions. If you look at the workflow, it's very complicated. You did 2 full restores, you've done 2 copy operations, and you have to delete all of these temporary tables. To think about it, it is slow, costly, and very complicated. Now, with Clumio, Backtrack, what we've done is that we allow 2 things. Let me just kind of play it out because it looks like I'm out of time. So what we implemented is pitter, granular restores, and restore in place. Pitter allows me to pick any point in time at the second granularity. So I pick 1:15 and 2:10. Granular restores allows me to restore any arbitrary piece of that thing. I don't have to restore full tables. And then the fact that I can actually do restore in place, I can actually take that data and copy it over to the source table. So what was a very, very complicated workflow now becomes 2 API calls if you're using Clumio. So all that with some of these real world examples, obviously all of this tech has to map into some customer outcome. And these are actually real outcomes from our customers. Then RPOs bucket with 70 billion of objects, and TCO savings from 15%, sometimes even higher in the case of DynamoDB, depending on your change rate because you're comparing full and incrementals. Okay, that's my last slide. Before I wrap it up, let me give you a little bit of a teaser. We are working very, very hard to actually be the first one to actually come and launch backup for S3 table. So it's very, very close. I can't tell you the date, but you know I'm going to use my developer trick. I'm a developer. So it's coming very, very fast. That'll be very exciting. And then lastly, we're out there in the booth. So stop by on the booth. Happy to catch up. If you have any questions, just come by. Stop by at the booth. Thank you.
But what do we need to do? I'm going to conduct a quick quiz right now, where I'm just going to ask only 2 questions. Each question is going to have 4 options. You just need to tell us which is the right answer. And just in case if you get the right answer, we have our team who's just around. They're going to quickly get a wonderful goodie for you. And I'm sure you're going to love that when you open the present. So can we have the 2 wonderful ladies joining us right here? Yes, and our very first question that's going to come on screen, I'm going to tell you some rules and regulations for this. How are we going to identify who's going to give us the correct answer? So the moment the question is on screen, we're going to give you 4 options. I'm going to read out the options for you. And the moment I'm done, I'm going to look at all of you. Whoever is going to bring out the best energy and shout out really loud, saying AWS, and put your hand up with the bucket. I'm going to come to you, you give me the right answer, and then you get the prize for yourself. So are we ready? I don't see the energy. Can we have the buckets in the hand? Can we have all the buckets in the hand? Yes, whoever gets it. So every table has only one, so whoever knows it can pick up the bucket. So you can keep the bucket now in the center. Okay, keep the bucket now in center because everyone gets a fair chance. So with that, my very first question on screen for everybody, and I'm quite excited to be hearing loud energy, loud voice, wonderful smiles, and here we go. The first question on screen. Which AWS service is designed for long-term archival storage at the lowest cost? We have 4 options. And where do I go? The bucket goes louder, and I could just hear the gentleman a little louder, but let me just give it a try. And hi, what's your name?
Yeah, I'm Uday.
Uday, please come right here. So I want to now see the voice really loud. So you have to scream AWS really loud without the mic. 3, 2, 1, and go! AWS! Okay, that was loud and nice. Now tell me the right answer.
B, Amazon S3 Glacier.
And that is the right answer. Let's give a big round of applause for Uday. Congratulations to you. And we have a wonderful gift for you. Where is the lovely lady? And she's right here. She's hiding. She doesn't want to give the gift to you. Yes, congratulations. And give a lovely smile to the camera right there. And here we capture this wonderful moment. Back again, time for everyone. Keep your buckets in the center, and that could just get you something interesting. We move on to our question number 2, and that's right here on screen. What does the AWS Well-Architect framework recommend for backup and recovery? I'm not reading the options because I want to see everyone. Okay, and that's the gentleman. I'm going to come to you for sure. You're not shouting AWS. And the gentleman, you have to rehearse. You have to be super loud. I'm coming to you right now. Hi, what's your name?
I'm Nitin.
Nitin, wow, you're not leaving the bucket from your hand. He's holding so tight. Okay, so Nitin, what is the right answer? Before that, AWS really loud. 3, 2, 1, and go.
AWS.
That was loud? Okay, that was loud for Nitin. Yeah, here we go. Tell me the right answer.
Option B.
Option B, regular testing for recovery procedures. How many of you think that's the right answer? Everybody thinks it's the right answer? Yes. How can it be wrong then? Let's give a big round of applause for the gentleman. And let's have a wonderful goodie. Thank you so much. Let's capture that lovely smile to the camera right there.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, just a quick reminder to everybody, I'm going to be having a lot more questions throughout the day, which means we have a lot of opportunities to pick up the bucket and scream as loud as we can to keep up the energy. But as we continue and move on right now, it's time for us to proceed with our next session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we turn around for the customer voice session. Query Amazon S3 tables at scale using E6 Data's high-performance lakehouse engine. And with that, it gives me an immense pleasure. Join along with me and let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome Mr. Sandeep A, Solutions Architect, AWS India, to please join on stage. Let's give a big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. So thank you so much for joining the event today. So I'm Sandeep Agarwal. I'm a solution architect at AWS India, part of data and AI team. And it's very exciting. I think when Mark and Hiren talked about what S3 tables and has done in the recent past and how it is scaling up beyond what general purpose S3 which customers have been using, right? So that's what we're going to talk about. S3 tables was launched at reInvent 2024, and we are just 8 months past that, and we have seen a lot of adoption and testing being done by customers. So just quick raise of hands, how many are using Amazon S3 here today? Okay, good. And how many of you are building or have already built data lakes on S3? Okay, quite a few. Okay, good. So primarily, who have not built or they are still hosting their data lakes on other platform, we're going to talk about how, why, how, and what of Amazon S3 tables, why we built it. I think Mark gave a sneak peek into that, but we'll just dive a little bit deeper into that. And what exactly does it do, and how it integrates with other AWS analytics services, right, for our data lakes. And then we'll have Rajat, who will talk about how E6 Data, both as a customer as well as an ISV partner, is able to scale and perform their lakehouse engine using S3 tables. So let's start. All right, I think Mark talked about it very briefly. Why we built S3 tables in first place? Because S3 tables, what we saw was there is a lot of Parquet data format customer was storing on S3, right? And we all know Parquet is a columnar file storage format for query optimization. Tens of exabytes of data was already stored there, right? And when we were analyzing the data which is stored on S3, we found out that a lot of customers are building their data lakes for the data analytics workloads. And when it was analyzed and we talked to our customers, about deep diving into what are some of the challenges they are facing when they are using general purpose S3. One of the key area which came out was the general purpose S3 throttling. We always used to get these customers reporting about 50 errors, 503 errors about throttling in S3, how would you improve it? So we have a mechanism in general purpose S3 to scale the performance, but how we can do it better? That was a real ask from the customers. Another challenge was different applications are using data lakes, right? And to security becomes very important. In general purpose S3, we store the data in terms of objects. Now, how do you control the security of those objects when there are different applications are accessing that for different purpose? That was another challenge. So security, again, is very, very important for any data platform, and hence we got that one of the challenge from our customers. The third and the very important was how do we optimize the cost? Because data lakes are growing from both as a structured as well as unstructured data, and how we can optimize that cost by over taking some of the things which customers were doing manually, right? So especially about if customers have used Apache Iceberg to build their data lakes, three things are very, very important, right? So customers were running their all self-managed compute to do that compaction of the data, as well as the snapshot management. And there are some unreferenced files which needs to be removed from the entire data lake system so that the metadata and the snapshots are very easily managed. So these were the things for which customer has to run separate compute instances, and they were adding into that overall cost of managing the entire data lake. Primarily, these were the three reasons why we actually thought about making a product like S3 tables in first place. Now, at reInvent 2024, as I mentioned, we launched S3 tables. It's a fully managed Apache Iceberg tables for Apache Parquet data. But as Hiren mentioned very rightly, right, we also now support Avro and ORC formats as well, right? Very, very important. We made these enhancements in last 6 months or so. So using this S3 tables, which is a separate bucket tables, we call it a tables bucket, you can natively store your data in a table format and let S3 tables do the magic, which I'll show in a moment. But very importantly, customers has to think differently about how they have been using Amazon S3 general purpose buckets, right? So we have general purpose buckets, we have directory buckets, which is for S3 Express one zone. We have S3 table bucket, and now, as Hiren mentioned, we also have a vector bucket, which is in a preview. Now, how can you transform your data lakes using Amazon S3 tables, right? So first thing to address was the transactions per second, sorry. Now, in general purpose S3, you get around 5,500 gets per prefix. So here, due to which some customers reported about the throttling errors which they receive in general purpose buckets. So although we managed to transform the data lakes on a general purpose bucket in some way or format, but S3 tables really scale it to a new height, right? So S3 tables gives you the 10x transactions per second. It's a fully managed Iceberg table. That means it provides up to 3x faster queries by taking 3 operations off the table for customers. First, it does the automatic compaction, right? So if you are storing your data using Apache Iceberg the lakes on S3, on S3 tables, it does the automatic compaction, it does the automatic snapshot management. You just need to enable the snapshot policies. And last but very important is the unreferenced file removal, right? So a lot of time there are files which are lying there, needs to be removed because they are not part of any snapshot or any active data set. That's where S3 tables does it magic, right? So customer found it very useful that they are able to save that cost of entire running a separate compute instances to do this cost, or even the man hours, right? Their team sitting in the night scheduling the jobs, right? Very, very important. Now also with S3 tables, tables which you create, they are first class AWS resource. What does that mean is now you don't have to apply policies on the entire bucket or the individual objects level or a prefix level. You can apply policies on an individual table as well, which is very, very important, and from a security point of view, very critical. And we also, in the last 6 months, we came up with support of Iceberg REST compatibility, right? So you can use REST compatible third-party application like Flink, Trino, DuckDB to really read and write data into S3 tables, which will actually make it very scalable because customers use different data analytics platforms to really read and write data into Amazon S3. So they can use this S3 tables very freely with these particular third-party applications. Now S3 table integrate very well with AWS analytics, be it Amazon EMR or your Redshift, Athena, or QuickSight, or Data Firehose. And you can also run your own Spark clusters as well and integrate with S3 tables, right? So that's the whole integration how we have built in last 6 months after the launch of the service. There are a lot of enhancements, which Hiren also talked about, a lot of them here. So with that, I invite Rajat, who is a founding engineer in E6 data engineering team, who has worked extensively, we both worked extensively to bring this success for them so that they are able to use S3 tables both as a customer as well as an ISV partner. And just to add a little flavor, we are also working with them on S3 vectors, which Hiren touched about very briefly. So you will very soon see that we also go on a journey with how S3 vectors can work with the S3 data, E6 data, right? So Rajat, over to you.
Hey, hi folks. Am I audible? Yes, perfect, thank you. I do have a bad throat. Sorry, it's because of the Bangalore weather. We are seeing 3 seasons in a single day. So it's causing my throat to, kitch. Okay, so now what is E6 data? So E6 data is a lakehouse compute native engine built on Kubernetes and Carpenter, which can be deployed on AWS. Majority in real time, right? Customer will have multiple data platforms. They would be using multiple use cases and all those stuff. Some of the use cases will be running perfectly awesome. It would be super fast. Everything would be efficient. But there would be certain workloads where you would be facing a high concurrency problem, or the query latencies are super high and all those things. That's where exactly E6 data fits in. We enable you to use your applications with high concurrency, under low latency, and lower TCO costs. And if you see on the right-hand side, E6 data is built on the open table formats, open data stack, basically, which is nothing but we support all sorts of table formats, data catalogs, and the governance layer. Be it any governance layer, we do support it. Okay, now, why E6 data plus Amazon S3 tables with Iceberg? So let me touch briefly upon why Iceberg came into picture, what are the problems it's solving for, and what is Lakehouse and everything. If you have seen in traditional data engineering space, you would have the data flowing from the application, and then you would have Spark in the picture, and then you would be writing the data into S3 in the form of, you would have a medallion architecture there, of course, and then you would write the data in bronze, silver, and gold. Earlier, you would write everything in bronze layer, and if there is any update comes into the picture, right, or you want to delete the record, you have to rewrite the entire data, right? There was no other way, which was consuming a lot of resources, lot of time, and everything. That's why Iceberg said, I am going to solve that particular problem. Don't worry about deletion, just do a delete, I'll take care of it. Just run a delete command. Just do an update command, I'll take care of it. That's where Iceberg came into picture. Now, be it on the traditional data engineering space, you would have this particular thing. Spark can write into Iceberg table in the bronze layer and everything. But what was the overhead? You need to manage that metadata layer, right? Which was consuming a lot of resources, which was taking a lot of time. As Sandeep rightly mentioned, right? Compaction was becoming a problem, because if compaction was not done right in a right day or a right time, your applications will take a hit. That's when you will see low latency and everything. For that, you need to have a lot of things, like I need to make a skew of it and all those stuff. With this, with Iceberg, everything is solved. You will have a separate job for compaction, removal of orphan nodes, or snapshot management and everything. To solve all those problems, S3 tables came into picture. It helped us to solve all the problems. Now I need to not worry about, okay, when did my compaction run? Did it run or not? Did my orphan find removals? Did it remove or not? Because it's going to add to my storage cost. Did it run? Again, I have to set an alerts and all those things for it. It's a lot of things which I have to manage, right? Or my team needs to manage. So we thought about when S3 came into picture, S3 tables came into picture, we thought of like, okay, let's chuck everything. Let's build our data lake on top of it. So which is working perfectly amazing, perfectly fine for us. And now, when we moved our data into S3 tables, right, there were multiple ways, or we have a way to connect to it via an IRC, which is nothing but Iceberg REST catalog. E6 data can directly connect to an Iceberg REST catalog, and then query the data seamlessly. Of course, adhering the lakehouse formation, which rules which you have defined, E6 data will be able to adhere that as well. Internally, why and how are we using S3 tables, right? As I mentioned earlier, we are a lakehouse native compute engine. That means our customers will be running their queries with however they want, and they would want to see some sort of analytics on top of it. When I say analytics, that could be for a given use case on a given day, what is my latencies of the queries? How many failures were there? Why it failed? Who shot the query? Those kinds of analytics needs to be provided, right? With this, when we moved our entire data lake from the general purpose storage compute to S3 tables, we saw, I'll come back to this slide in some time, we saw a huge performance gains in our production environment. Our P95 dashboard latency was 65 seconds, and it came down to 22 seconds. We saw nearly a 3x improvement. We had a nightly maintenance job. It could be, it could run once a day or twice a day, depending on how the data is flowing in, right? So that thing was also completely taken out. So we are not worrying about anything. We are not scheduling any other jobs. We are not worrying about the jobs failure and all those stuff. AWS is handling those things for us. Now, going back to a simple, the query history architecture which we have followed. So in a query history, you would have, as I mentioned, right, we are a lakehouse native compute engine. When you shoot a query, the things which we are going to capture is the start time of the query, end time of the query, run time of the query, along with the query, the entire query, who ran the query and all those stuff, everything will be captured. So from the E6 data application layer, we are using the Firehose. So Firehose is helping us to write the data directly into S3 tables. From there, we are going to connect to E6 data, so we can use it for the analytics and BI tools monitoring. Earlier, this particular flow was very complex. It was, you need to have a Kafka or an MSK or anything, and on top of it, you need to have a streaming layer because we want the data in runtime. So Kafka, and then Spark came into picture, and then we used to write the data into general purpose, and then a lot of optimization and computation are required. So to solve all those things, we are going with this architecture with Firehose and S3 tables, where everything is managed by those folks. And yeah, the performance gains is perfectly fine. We do have a simple demo of it. I'm not sure whether, how do I start this? Oh, okay. So here you can see this is E6 data query editor. We have connected with S3 tables. We are running the data of TP-CDS1 TB on Iceberg. And as you can see, the performance which we are seeing is in seconds and sub-second latencies. So at the end, what are the key benefits which we have got from S3 tables? Zero pipeline complexity. As I mentioned earlier, right? Earlier it was Kafka, you need to manage Kafka. If the payload increases, you need to oversize that, and then Spark, you need to oversize that accordingly, and then all those stuff. So with this, directly lands the data into Iceberg table. Configuration driven, which is one more added benefit which we have. No need to maintain any separate jobs for it, because it's just you need to configure it, like when do you want to run the compaction, after how many inserts you need to run the compaction, everything will be taken care. And high performance, as you are not maintaining any data, any state, right? So Iceberg enable fast reads and schema evolution without any downtime. You don't need to do anything. It's just configuration changes you need to play around, and then, yeah, that's it. And of course, yeah, cost effective, because the reduced infrastructure and operational overhead, you are reducing your cost because you are not maintaining too many components. And last but not the least, as the data goes in today's world, right, as and when the day goes, the data is the only thing, only source of truth. The data volume keep on growing every day, right? So to handle those things, we are here to help you folks. Along with AWS and S3 tables, we will understand if your use case is struggling with some sort of latencies or anything. With AWS, S3 tables and E6 data, we'll be happy to talk to you and address and solve these problems. And yep, that's it. Thank you.
Well, that just means, can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Well, with that, thank you so much, Mr. Sandeep and Mr. Rajat, for that very engaging and insightful use case that you just shared. With that, I just want to quickly remind everyone once again about the hashtag. It's time that we quickly have a look at the hashtag. It's AWS Storage Day 25. Let me ask everyone, how many pictures have you posted till now? How many hands going up in the air? I only see a lovely lady right here, 2 gentlemen. Why not the others? LinkedIn's not working? It's all working, right? So I request everyone, can you please post as much as possible in your social media account, especially in LinkedIn is where we are running the contest with the hashtag AWS Storage Day 25 with the maximum engagements in terms of your likes, your shares and repost. 3 lucky winners at the end of this afternoon would be standing a chance to walk away with something really exciting. And along with that, I'm going to come down super soon again with a lot of questions, so let's get ready. But for now, it's time for one more interesting session. It's time for a fireside chat. When we say it's a fireside chat, it's on how enterprises are accelerating migration. The topic of the fireside chat is Accelerate Your Cloud Journey, Migrating Enterprise Workloads with Amazon File Storage Services. And it gives me an immense pleasure to welcome on stage, ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Christian Smith, Worldwide Cloud Storage and Data Migration Leader, AWS. Let's give a big round of applause for him and let's welcome him on stage as he will be moderating this fireside chat.
Hello. To mind is New South Wales Health. So they chose FSXN to be a store for all of their medical imaging data. So this data is obviously very important when a patient comes in, especially in an emergency. So these records need to be highly performant, so they need to get access to them quickly, but they also need to keep these records for the lifetime of the patient. So obviously that is a challenge because obviously with greater populations, more and more scans is creating more and more data. So what they did was they went down an architecture which is leveraging our dual HA pair nodes that come standard with a NetApp storage operating system. They deployed in a multi-AZ format, so giving them the 4 nines availability. They also leveraged what we call our SnapVault architecture, which is our long-term retention of snapshots. So they had a data protected copy of their data also. So through that, I guess that ecosystem of solution, we're protecting them end to end. And I think from a data resiliency perspective, they're one that really sticks out for me.
Awesome. So we're wrapping up on time. We'll just do a quick final thoughts. So we'll start with you, Puneet, kind of some final thoughts.
Look, what I can tell everybody in the room is NetApp has had a phenomenal run in India. And on the all-flash side, we have a market share of about 36.5%. We solve who's who problem from a data standpoint. If you are challenged in any way, small, big, any kind, right? The time to back up, you want to do tiering, right? You have issues around security of data, anything, throw the problem at us. That's what we do for a living. That's what our expertise is. That's what we survive on. That's what the brand is built on. So bring your problems to us, and between AWS and NetApp, we'll go find answers to your problem.
Excellent, thank you. Robbie?
Quickly, just a couple of points. I would strongly advise everyone to leverage the programs that are in place today. So whether that's MAP, workload migration program, POC credits. These programs are in place to help you migrate quicker. So please leverage them. I guess the second call would be reach out to our FSXN team India. So they're out at the stand today, so please go out and visit them. They'll be more than happy to help you on your journey to looking at FSXN.
And I'll close with, it's been a great partnership. We look forward to many years together through this partnership. And stay tuned. We got some really cool announcements coming up at reInvent. You'll see some more of this convergence of file and object together. And then lastly, we really didn't touch on Gen AI, and really specifically, all the business data that's sitting on-prem today is how do you make that extensible into Bedrock to go train or leverage that data in ways that allows you to gain insights. And so stay tuned, because we've got some really cool announcements coming up. And if you go to the NetApp booth today, they can even talk to you about how you can leverage some of their capabilities with Workload Factory to take advantage of that now. So with that, I want to thank both of you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for talking to us. Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate your time, and I'll turn it back over. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, with that, once again, a big thank you to all our panel for your valuable time and for a thought-provoking session. Well, up next, it's time for one more exciting panel discussion. But before that, it's time for one more question. And this time, it's just one. And I request everyone, be ready with your buckets up. And let's see who's going to get this one correct. Only one question that's going to come on screen. We're going to have 4 options to it. And can we have one of the girls joining us right here? If you can please come forward, up right here. And here's the first question for now. Here's the question on screen. Which AWS service helps replicate workloads across AWS regions for disaster recovery? And can I hear it louder? Okay, and here I go. The first gentleman that I see who just put his hands up in the air, but he didn't shout AWS, but I'm going to make that do to him right now. So he's right up with the mask. I'm going to go right there. Well, I could see the bucket up in the highest place. Hi, what's your name?
Bharat.
Okay, Bharat, so with the mask, can we hear a louder AWS?
AWS.
Okay, not quickly. Tell us the right answer.
It's option B.
Is it a right answer? Do we all agree to this? Yes. Everyone says a yes. Right here, is that a right answer? Is it a yes or no? Well then, when everyone says it's yes, let's give a big round of applause for the gentleman. And congratulations to you. This is for you. A lovely smile to the camera right there. With that, we're all set with our next panel discussion. But before that, just a quick reminder to everyone, we do have a dedicated timeline where you can get a hand-on experience at all the booths that are outside. But for now, everyone who's outside, it's a humble request to you. Kindly please get inside the hall. Take your seats and settle down so that we can get started with our next session. Well, everyone who's still standing behind, we still have a couple of chairs in the front. If you can please come forward and occupy your seats. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's dive into our topic that's front and center for all of us. It's data privacy. Our panel discussion today on the topic, Navigating DPDPA Industry Insights on Data Privacy in Action. I take the pleasure of welcoming our panelists on stage, starting up with Mr. Lalit Kumar, Principal Security Architect, AWS India. Let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome sir on stage. And I'll take the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Maheshwaran S., Country Manager, South Asia, Veronis, to please join us. A warm welcome to you. I would also now like to call upon Mr. Kuldeep Tomar, Director, InfoSec and IT, Games 247. I also take the pleasure of requesting Mr. Hemant Kumar, SVP, Platform, SRE and Cloud, Angel One, to please join us. Firstly, to all the dignitaries on stage, let's give a big round of applause to them. Thank you so much for your valuable time. I would now request you to please take your seats. And I would also like to hand it over to our moderator, Mr. Kumar.
Am I audible? Audible? Awesome. All right, we talked about how do we move data from various storage systems with our partners, with our services, and how do I get the data in the cloud? But what we do with the data, how the data is being utilized, how the data is being protected. So this session is all going to be about data protection, data privacy, and how AI is changing that landscape as well. So with that, we'll start our panel. And my first question to you, Kuldeep, since you're the closest. So my first question to Kuldeep, you're a gaming company, and every user that comes on your platform, they have user, let's say, as an entity, they have a behavior. Every user have a different behavior, there's a pattern. That means every click, every movement is a data. So you capture a lot of user behavior data, and that's now how do we apply the privacy to this kind of a data at such a scale?
I hope that I'm audible. Am I audible?
No, Mike?
Hello?
Is it working?
Am I audible?
Let me get a different mic.
So thumbs up. Thanks, Lalit. A great question. And yeah, we are a gaming company, and one of the core thing we look at the gameplay of the users, and we are one of the very first company who started on the gaming side, who started using AI ML data science to look at the user behavior. Yeah, but from the privacy aspect, a bit louder. Is that better now? Okay. So from the privacy aspect, we still rely on the core principle of privacy. So yeah, so when we kind of so core principle of privacy, so we kind of look at that we take only data which is required for our purpose. So the purpose limitation we kind of take care very seriously. So very first thing. Second thing, we look at data minimization. So we are only taking the data which are required for our business purposes. And the third, which we take very seriously, the consent. So we process, or we kind of process data which is according to the consent of the players or the users. So these are the core principles which we look at while taking any data and processing any data. So whether this is for our business operations or whether it is for our AI ML operations. So ultimately it's kind of give a personalized experience to the players, not to kind of misuse their data. And the fourth core principle for me is also a data security. So those are the things we take it very seriously at org level, and we make sure those are following very diligently, and we make sure we audit those things as well. So nothing is kind of loosened up, and all things are kind of followed across the organization, and we take data governance very seriously.
Okay. Well, you talked about data minimization.
Yep.
Now, to the audience, I'd just like to go back to the audience for a moment. There's also a dual responsibility. We are also responsible for what we are sharing. And I ask a very simple question to the room right now. When you check in a hotel, which ID proof that you produce? Government has already said that Aadhaar is a PII data and you should not be giving that. Right? So what's the other identity that we carry always with ourselves? Sorry? You just cracked it. So the other thing that we carry is driving license, but what you said is a voter ID card. Voter ID card is the safest. Just for everyone, a tip for everyone, carry your voter ID card because it does not link to any of your financial data. Today, if you carry a driving license, What's the risk with the driving license? Anyone? Every hotel accepted.
Everyone accepted.
Everyone accepted. If they don't, you can insist on. But the risk with the driving license is because driving license and passport, these are the two entities, two identities that could be used outside India. That means it could also be used in a terrorism or cross-border activities. So producing your driving license and Aadhaar is very dangerous. So I would request you just to advise that using voter ID card. With this, when you said data minimization, so you store only the data which is required, that also reduces the scope of overall data governance. Next, I want to switch and come to you, Hemant.
Just to add one point over here, Lalit. So here, data minimization. You know that using mobile application, there a click stream, and you can capture each and everything.
Yep.
All the apps sitting on the mobile devices. But we take it very seriously that we are only capturing the data which are required for our purposes, not to kind of capture the user behavior for the any other applications, which can be kind of misused. And many of the players, many of the companies, they kind of misuse that, and they kind of use that data to look at what is the user behavior in context of the other services, which is one of the key risk for the user. So we look from the user perspective.
So for the user as well as the organization, because if you collect more data, then you're also become responsible for that.
Yep.
Switching gear, Hemant, customer trust is central. You deal with money, okay, and to trust you, it requires a lot of trust from a user perspective. And they store all kind of a financial information with you as well. So how do you maintain customer trust? And I would also like to bring in DPDP Act. So how do you deal with that, and what are the practices that you've deployed in your organization?
Thanks, Lalit. As an Angel One organization, right, we are like highly regulated, right? We are one of the QSBs. When you are part of that particular league, privacy and compliance is not a choice, right? It's absolutely need of the hour. And what we do at that point of time is that, hey, also as a user and as a organization, we know that, hey, trust is the new currency. Without trust, probably folks wouldn't stick onto your system, stick onto your organization, or be part of your success story. What we do is that, hey, while as a user, I do a lot of stuff on my particular platform, we ensure that, hey, there's a lot of data, right? We also know that, hey, with data, there's a lot of power that we also have. Previously, it was like, hey, I have the data, let's consume it. But I think over the years, and you also made a point how we basically give our Aadhaar cards everywhere, right? And probably stepping back, probably about 2 years, every Xerox shops that you go, you probably had your Aadhaar cards over there. So probably today the mindset is that, hey, the data is entrusted on us, right? And that's the critical word over there, right? And we need to protect it as an organization. And that's the core principle that we follow. And we also make sure that, hey, while we also spoke about how fast we need to move on this particular place, innovation doesn't come just as a choice, but we need to be very, very protective. We can't be careless over there. We need to ensure that, hey, we have a huge responsibility. We need to be transparent, and we need to be accountable for that.
Yeah. Thanks, Hemant. So now coming to you, Mahesh. Mahesh, Veronis have a different thought process about cybersecurity. You're a data-centric cybersecurity. One, how that's different from other cybersecurity players, and how do you help with privacy and security of data?
Yeah, I mean, now, am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. So now, especially the last few years, right, I'm sure you all would agree, most attacks start with identity compromise and end with data breaches or data exfiltration. So customers have started to understand that it's not just enough to have controls around where data resides or how data is being used, but it's also around data and it follows data. Because data is now available anywhere, available for users from anywhere and any device. So with platforms like us, customers will be always, sorry, I'll just use the hand mic.
Sure.
Better now? Platforms like us, customers, I think, will be continuously able to assess their risk posture around data. Like when I say that, what sensitive data do they have? What regulatory data do they have? Who all have got access to it? What's its blast radius or attack surface? So they get continuous visibility of that. Secondly, once they get the visibility is how they can come up with controls to protect the data irrespective of where it resides and how it's being accessed. So, so such platforms are gaining a lot of attention. We don't have to go and preach to customers anymore that data security is important. They're coming up with requirements around data security to us. And AI adoption is accelerating this in a significant way, right? So with AI, customers using AI, I think the attack surface is increased significantly for organizations with respect to data. So I'll just give you an example. We did an assessment for a large financial organization, and they were in the process of adopting a GenAI tool. And we figured out that users were using that GenAI tool, 60% of the usage was not intended for business. They were trying to get access to details about board members. They were trying to get access to M&A information. And that was a big shock for the organization. So I think if organizations focus deploying controls around data, they'll be in the best place to probably detect breaches faster and contain it. And privacy becomes easy. Privacy is not just, you mentioned about DPDP, right? So by having a data-centric approach, I think it's easy for organizations to understand what regulatory information do they have, where all is it residing, who all have got access to it, data minimization, purpose limitation, all that becomes easy, and organizations will be able to have a measurable framework to go and demonstrate to auditors that they are better compliant.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is that you also have an evidence-based detection. Let's say an organization, the example that you're taking, the financial organization, what kind of questions are being asked, what kind of information is being collected. So how do you help in terms of collection of evidence when it comes to forensic from a supervisory angle as well as an audit angle?
So I'll move specifically around forensics, right? So say for instance a breach happens. What are the things that's important for an organization? Of course, to quickly understand the root cause and contain the breach, that's very, very paramount. But once a breach happens, depending on the industry they have to report the breach and also demonstrate that there is no significant non-compliance. So it's very important to know what is that breach all about, how did the breach come in, but what data it touched, right? And that's where I think we play a significant role, right? So we'll be able to tell, since we monitor every data touch, and also map that to identities, both human and non-human. It could be even AI tools. We would be able to give organizations comprehensive evidence that this is the identity that touched this data, and this is the amount of regulatory information was available within that data, and this is how we see data getting exfiltrated. So we also have a lot of forensic firms using our tool to help minimize penalties, because maybe there is a ransomware attack, it encrypted a lot of data. But how much of regulatory data got encrypted? And it's just about encryption, or that regulatory information also got exfiltrated? So those are the level of insights that we'll be able to provide irrespective of where the data is. It could be on-prem, it could be on cloud, it could be structured, unstructured, and that's the value that we provide during forensic investigations.
Yeah, unstructured data is the biggest one. I switch back to Hemant. Hemant, the majority of our customers here, organizations are either in a experimentation phase, demo phase with building AI capability, integrating AI within their application, which is going to touch a lot of sensitive data. Now, since you have a regulatory pressure as well, that if you build any kind of AI system, that you also need to report to regulator. And when you report to the regulator, you also need to explain how the model works, if there is a bias as well. So now, what are the preparation steps that you are taking to productionize AI If you could help us within your organization journey, how you are preparing for that.
So this is a very interesting question, right? Everybody out here probably say that, hey, I want to jump onto this particular AI bandwagon, if you want to call it that way, right? My perspective is that I'm super excited. As an organization, we are like genuinely excited about AI. But also having said that, it's also a bit of paranoid also somewhere, right? Like, hey, what's going to happen and stuff like that. If you look at AI and pre-AI, if you're looking at, hey, how we were doing it, I would look at AI saying that probably I have about a couple of more interns with my team, right? Saying hey, if I just want to give it as an analogy. As a software engineering, it's pretty complex first at the initial phase, and you have a couple of new interns joining your team and you ask them to code. Would you trust them? Probably not, right? You say that, hey, I need to probably look at each and line of the code that they write. Probably bringing that analogy over here, AI needs a vast majority of data. Can I expose all of those data to an AI system, right? It contains a lot of PI data, sensitive data. How do I trust this particular new ecosystem? The next thing that comes up in my mind is, hey, will it do what it's supposed to do? And as we are learning, we are probably in a very, very early stage saying that, hey, it can do everything, but there's a thin line or a thin stage wherein like things can go wrong from good to bad. So that's where we are a little bit paranoid, Lalit. What we are doing today is that, hey, while we are a highly regulated entity, we ensure that, hey, what we do is in the guardrails of what's been defined by our regulators, right? Be it SEBI or the exchanges. Anything that we do, or even for that matter, any innovations that we try to do, we probably have to go and give them a talk and saying that, hey, how we do this, what's the intention, how are we safeguarding the data? And the same philosophy is with AI right now. We are scratching the surface. We are working very closely with your team, right? AWS team, for that matter, saying that, hey, what is the experiences that you guys have learned from your experiences working with the vast majority of your customers? There's a partnership that is there. We are learning from there. We are taking those learnings onto the table, saying, explaining it to SEBI, hey, this is what we can do. While we are building our guardrails, we are also learning, and we are also trying to put across our point of view to the regulator, saying that this is probably that we can do. But a specific, a pointed answer is that anything that we need to do, we probably have to get that consent. We need to probably tell them, hey, this is what we do at this stage. How are we ensuring that the data sovereignty and integrity is maintained at any point of time, right? And as Maheshwaran said that, hey, data leakage is not avoidable. It will happen. But how do you safeguard those things? What are the mechanisms that you have? Today we talk about, and this is one conversation that we always have, like, hey, data at rest, data, how are you making sure that data in transit is always encrypted? So these are some of the things that will evolve over the period of time. But today, we ensure that any step that we do in terms of innovating, we ensure that, hey, we get this confidence with the regulators, also gaining that particular trust from the regulators.
Yeah. You mentioned that treating AI, what my key takeaway is, treating AI as an intern, a super intelligent intern that can learn very fast. Rather than trusting AI, treat AI as the best intern hired so far, which can learn super quickly. So I think that's one. You also touched on guardrails. So I want to come to you, Kuldeep. You have already implemented AI in some of your applications. Now, if you want to start from guardrails, what kind of a guardrails you have built and how you have thought about it? And also give us a little bit of a industry view as well as you speak to other CISOs and security leaders, what their thought process on and what our audience can actually use today.
Okay. Let me take mic. Okay, so Lalit, we started discussing about AI guardrails around 1 year back, and we have thought of how to kind of look at what are the AI risks. Since many of our team, they were very excited to use AI, ML, and especially the generative AI. So whether it's on the developer side, they wanted to use the AI, generative AI for developing code or reviewing their code. So what are the key risks associated with business groups where they want to kind of use the generative UI to kind of use some of their document, their sensitive document, and use the output in a certain manners, which is another use case. Then certain use cases where business processor group, they wanted to create a smaller utility. I'll give you very simple example. So one of our PMO team, they are a very non-technical team, and they kind of generate the sprint report or regular report very frequently. For them, this is very difficult, the repeated job, and they have to spend a lot of time on this one. Recently, they have come up with a very small application developed using the generation code tool, and they were able to develop without any engineering help. And now all the reports are available to them. They can generate report quickly, and it is easy, quickly to consume them. So there were many different use cases, not just engineering team, but HR team, legal team, and PMO team. All of them, they were kind of trying out different things, including IT team. So we discussed about some of the AI risk, whether the data which we are passing to these tools, whether this data is secure, right? How to pass this data to these tools. So we kind of started working on the AI governance model, right? So we kind of distinguished whether we are largely we have divided into the user part that we are going to use some AI tools for the generative AI purpose, and some of our existing tool where AI capability is going to be implemented as a feature. The second, where we are building the AI tools or AI system. So different kind of guardrails where we are using AI tools, and different guardrails where we are building something. So largely we have looked at two things. If you can have a centralized guardrails, if you can have a centralized gateway where we can implement the policy to kind of to kind of put or implement these guardrails. Whether if any developer, they are developing any application, have they come up with the threat models? What are the AI risks? They can see it. Are they protecting the data which they need to protect? Is consent being considered? The privacy by design being considered? So we have come up with a framework, and I'm not saying that we have implemented fully, but we have reached up to a certain stage. We have conducted different workshops with the team, even with the help of your team. So that's user awareness, implementing guardrails, and making organization aware about the AI risk. So that's been the strategy for us.
I have a mixed feeling about it, or mixed emotions about it. On one side, we are happy that PMO team, the example that you're taking, they have become builders. They're solving their own problem. They build tools. On the other side, the CISO in you, the security person in you, you come in and say, hey, all right, are there guardrails? What data sources they are touching on? So those kind of things are coming.
Yeah, so it depends. So we are having different guardrails, Lalit. So if this is external exposed services, so the guardrails, the content filtering, the risks are very different, right? Hallucinations, the content filtering, those kind of risks will be there. But if this is for internal consumption only, we can be a bit lenient, right? Because the internal consumption. So the boundaries or parameter will still exist for these cases. So that's how we have designed our AI governance model based upon that.
So balancing innovation and security, starting with internal.
Yes.
With this, see, in your organization, people have started and you have a governance overlooking this. But Mahesh, I come to you, organization where probably the security team doesn't know. Maybe the open LLM, ChatGPT, shadow AI, how do you address those kind of challenges?
Yeah, so even before that, Lalit, I mean, forget about open LLMs, right, or public AI tools. I even mentioned this to you. So we were just having a discussion with the CISO of a 2,000 user manufacturing organization. And his concern was, every business board has given budgets for every business function within the organization to embrace AI. But budgets were not given for security to secure it. Right? So everybody wants to, I mean, I think it's become a buzzword. Board wants everybody to embrace AI, become more efficient. But so the biggest concerns that I see for CISOs is, one, the adoption of shadow AI. It need not be even open. They don't even know whether businesses are using AI for achieving outcomes that they want to. So shadow AI is just not open. It's also internally used. They are buying commercial tools, building their own LLMs without security's knowledge and using it. So this is the biggest concern, I think, for security is to get that visibility, right? How is AI used? Mapping that AI tool to data assets. What data sets or data assets is that AI tool touching, right? Is it really required to touch that or not? What identities are leveraging this AI? Is it just human identities or their applications, APIs, or other AI tools which collaborate with different AI tools to touch data, right? So that's a big blind spot. So visualizing this blast radius, what we call for AI, is the biggest concern for CISOs, which we help organizations during assessments. The second part is how AI is used. Yes, people have a defined outcome. The business leaders have a defined outcome that they want to achieve by adopting AI. But is it used to achieve that outcome? So that's again a big blind spot. What models are being trained on? How our users are actually engaging with that AI tool to get those outcomes? That again is a big blind spot. And with the privacy coming in, unfortunately, technology outpaces innovation, or security innovates also lags behind innovation, right? So considering organizations have already adopted AI and privacy regulations becoming stringent, we have now started seeing European Union coming up with an AI Act, and other geographies are following that. So it's the biggest challenge that we see for security leaders is to get that visibility, visualize that blast radius, and ensure that AI is used appropriately and doesn't bring additional risk. That we see is the biggest problems for organizations. Not just shadow AI, external open AIs, but even lack of knowledge that security teams have about how businesses are using AI internally.
Yep. So visibility, building visibility in AI systems. With this, we are at the conclusion of this. So I'll come to you, Hemant. For all our users and consumers, our customers, friends, what one advice you have that they can implement, let's say within next 1 week or 15 days, that can make a significant difference to their security posture?
This is probably like a GAN answer, right? Probably I'll pick from what Kuldeep and Mahesh
use the
said.
mic.
I think I'm audible, right? At the back.
Yeah.
First thing, I think probably the first tip is that, hey, security is not an afterthought, right? Previously, about 5 years back, we thought, hey, reliability was probably an afterthought. We'll write a code and we'll figure out how we want to manage it, right? So security is not an afterthought today, and privacy, of course, is not. So get your CISOs, get your compliance, get your risk into the kitchen from the day one when you're probably designing your feature, when you're probably doing a modernization. Probably CISOs, the platform teams have to be in the kitchen from the day one. We always talk about velocity. Velocity without governance is a big risk, and the vice versa, right? If you have compliance and if you don't have velocity, it's a bottleneck. So that's probably the thought that you guys have to carry forward and say that, hey, get all the relevant folks into the kitchen from the day one, and AI is going to be a reality. We just have to embrace it and figure out like what are the guardrails that we need to enable around us.
Mahesh, what's your take?
Now, like Kuldeep mentioned, right? Hemant mentioned, so AI is a reality. It's already being adopted and embraced. So it's very, very critical for organizations to find ways to get that visibility, and look at embracing automation. How can security leaders also use AI to automate a lot of outcomes that they want to achieve from a security perspective? I think that is very, very critical. And security and privacy has to be embedded as design into AI or any innovation program. It should not just be for compliance. Unfortunately, a lot of discussions that we see with CISOs are mostly around DPDP, and they're just looking at short-term goals. But I think security and privacy has to be by design embedded into their overall innovation and business frameworks. I think if they do that, they'll be much better prepared to make any investment that they are making around security future-proof.
Kuldeep will.
So again, on the same line, I think Mahesh and Hemant, they have already kind of spoke about it. But again, AI is a reality. We need to kind of look at. We need to from the CISO perspective, or from, you need to kind of embrace it. You also start using AI to kind of, as a defense mechanism as well. So identify your risk and start defending.
Yeah, so I agree with you when you say that probably the security team should be the first one to adopt AI so that you can secure the organization. I'll just add my comment on this. If you have asked me this question 10 years ago, I would have said that network, take care of your network security. If you have asked this question to me 5 years ago, I would have said that, hey, take care of your identity. But today, if you ask me, start with your data, start with data classification. Probably what you can do in next 1 or 2 weeks is define your data classification policy. That's going to be the key. With this, thank you everyone, and thank you to our panelists. Thank you. And with this, we hand over the conference. We will be around, so please feel free to come. And Veronis also have a booth outside, so please ask your questions as well. Thank you.
Wonderful giveaways. Along with that, it's a humble request to everyone. You have a badge with you. Right behind the badge, you have a QR code. We request you to kindly please scan the QR code and give your valuable feedback to us. Your feedback will help us improvise much better, and the next time we come out even better and larger. So your feedback is extremely important to us, so kindly please give in your feedback. We request everyone to please reassemble back at sharp 1:45. That's when we begin with our quiz, where we'll be having back-to-back 3 questions as we get started. With that, the lunch counters are open, requesting everyone to please help yourself. See you all at sharp 1:45 p.m. Thank you. Come to you. They're going to quickly look at you, and they're going to find out who is going to be the loudest and who's going to be the clear one. And they're going to come to you with the mic. You give the answer to them, and then we have the lucky winner who gives the right answer. So with that, are we ready? So has a question? No, he's just all ready. Well, with that, let's have the first question right here on screen with 4 options. This question is right here. Well, the 3-2-1 backup strategy means, and I'm just waiting for the volunteers to tell me who are they going to go to. The one who's loud, the one who's super clear, and I'm waiting for her. Much louder here as well. Yes, sir. Could you please tell us your name?
Hi, I'm Nitin.
Hi, sir. We're waiting for the right answer. Tell us what is the right answer. Well, he's reading the options still, which means he just wanted to be loud enough.
Answer A, option A.
Option A, which is 3 copies of data, 2 different storage media, 1 offsite. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for him. That is the right answer. Congratulations. Well, with that, to the lovely volunteers, we want to tell you there are a lot of people who are saying here that they are the loudest, so do look at them as well. Our next question right here on screen with 4 options. Everyone just get ready and let's get started. The question is, which AWS service is fully managed and provides scalable file storage for, I'm already seeing so many hands up in the air, and the girls are getting confused. Okay, I think we should really come down, right? She's not listening. Tell me the answer. Let's quickly have a check.
B, AWS, FSX.
I want you to read out the whole answer.
Amazon FSX for NetApp ONTAP.
That's absolutely right. Let's give a big round of applause. Well, since I see such a great energy, I just feel like doing one more question. Should we look at? We should look at here. Okay, we'll specifically look at these two tables. Yeah, so here we go. Specifically looking at two tables and wondering who's going to get this one. Having our next question right here on screen, and here we roll the question. The question is, how does AWS S3 Object Lock help with data protection? And here they are. Where is she? She's going to the lovely lady. But I'm coming to you next time. When I come down, I'm coming to you. And to the lovely lady, please tell us your name, ma'am.
My name is Archana.
Yes, and what is the right answer?
The right answer is B, prevents objects from being deleted or overwritten.
Is that a correct answer? Well, then let's give it up a big round of applause to the lovely lady. Congratulations, ma'am. That is the right answer. And with that, a lot more questions to come, a lot more fun is right there, which also reminds me to tell each one of you that we also have the social media contest, which is still on. Which means capture as many as pictures you want, upload it in your social media account, give in your hashtag. The hashtag is right here on screen. Give this hashtag, it's AWS Storage Day 25. And the maximum number of posts having likes, comments, and engagements will stand a chance to walk away with something really exciting. With that, can I just have all of you putting both your hands up in the air? And both your hands up in the air and just clap for yourself. Give a big round of applause. Come on, everyone. Clap really loud. Everybody, put your hands up in the air. I want you to put your hands up in the air. Everybody, some energy. Come on, everyone. Put your hands up. Fantastic. Lovely. Well, with that afternoon drill, after a sumptuous meal, we now move on to our next session. It's now time that we talk about how to protect business continuity. And with that, please join me in welcoming Mr. Sachin Bavse, GTM Specialist Solution Architect, Data AWS India, while he will be taking us through unlocking business continuity, AWS migration, disaster recovery, and resiliency. Let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome Mr. Bavse on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me loud in the back? Okay, perfect. It's great to be back in 2025. Almost a year break of a storage day. How many of us were there in 2023 S3 day when we did it in Conrad? Any hands? Any last participants? Okay, not. Okay. It's great to be here. I know first half was more focused on data management when it comes to what storage services, how data can be preserved, modernized, analyze in terms of S3 tables. We also had sessions on FSX and the files side of it. The next second half, we will be focusing on data security, resiliences, modernizations around it. And there are a lot of good sessions from a customer experience we have actually captured, which gives a lot of time for you to correlate what is happening into the infrastructure side of it. Now with that, good afternoon everyone. My name is Sachin Bause. I'm a Solution Architect, GTM Specialist, AWS Storage. I'm based out of Bangalore. Now today we're going to discuss about the business continuity. We all know when it comes to continuity, that's a business call. IT is something who facilitates that business to run as an ongoing process, right? Now today we're going to discuss 3 critical services from AWS, and there are tons of services which actually can be leveraged while deploying and working on business continuity, migrations, or resiliency part of it. Now what do we need to succeed, right, when it comes to resiliency specifically? I'll start with resiliency, I'll go to the migration, and then I'll end it up with the resiliency part of it. So what do you need in order to succeed? That most of the business has resiliency as their own requirement, right? For customer A, the resiliency will have a different definition. For customer B, there will be a different definition. There's always a thin line between your high availability, disaster recovery, and data protection part of it, which I'll try to clarify and give you that framework around it, so that when you look into your infrastructure set of services, you can actually correlate those blueprint and deploy it as a best practices, what AWS is actually recommending it. Now, this is a classic slide, and most of us might have seen it from a disaster recovery perspective. There are 3 simple tenets to it, right? Whenever a disaster recovery needs to be built and architect, right? The left-hand side focuses more on how much data you can afford to lose, which is your RPO, so recovery point objective, we call it. The right tangent talk about recovery time objective, that means amount of time it will take to spin off and make the application and instances available for our infrastructure and services, right? And in between that is the disaster, which could happen due to natural calamities, technical failures, and nowadays ransomware attacks, which is happening and completely disrupting the infrastructure services which customers are running in. So customer always choose and define their DR plans based on these metrics when it comes to defining the disaster recovery services. Now, the reason I put this slide right now, in India, we all know there are a major proportion of customers who are still using on-premises as their certain workload, and they're using AWS or other service providers for their extension of services in terms of DR or in terms of backup or in terms of long-term retention copies around it, right? Now, if you see on this slide, right, this primarily talk about that, let's say a customer who has an infrastructure running in for a high performance workload, they need to invest that infrastructure and build those application landscape on their primary site. Now, since it's a business critical application, you also need to create another recovery site, which will probably double the investment in terms of what you need to spend on it. So your cost becomes 2x when it comes to keeping the same infrastructure and the underlying infrastructure in terms of performance, in terms of storage, in terms of compute services, what is required, right? So that's a 2x cost to our customers if they go with the old way, right? This was probably a 5 years or 10 years old mechanism. What we've seen is customers are now started using AWS as a disaster recovery site. And if there is one word which we can come up to choose AWS, there's one word which is called elasticity. Now, people can debate in terms of it could be durability, security, other services around it, but elasticity is something which is closer to the environment we just spoke on, right? So if, let's say you have a primary site, and I'll probably go to the next one. If you have your primary site, you need not to invest the same amount of infrastructure in terms of performance, storage services, networking, compute onto the AWS side of it, right? And that's where the dollar signs, if you see in terms of investment, because that's a pay-as-you-grow model for customers around it from an OpEx investment. So a cloud-based disaster recovery is what we have seen is coming up for most of the customers to deploy and choose in. One, it actually saves the cost for a customer from a dollar perspective. That means you don't need a double investment to be done in. Plus, there are a lot of customers who need to perform DR drills, right? Imagine in the first scenario where you need to keep the same infrastructure for it. In this scenario, you just keep it, the infrastructure as and when the DR drill needs to be performed. And once the drill is complete, you can just shut it down and terminate the instance around it. So as a customer, you just pay for, let's say, a day if you're performing a DR drill on it. That's a major advantage for a customer when it comes to elasticity. Now, the first tool I'm going to talk about a service is data sync. Now, let's talk about movement of data between your on-premises to AWS. Now, what does data sync does? It's a very simplified, accelerated data movement between your on-premises to AWS or to any other provider to AWS as well. There are a list of other providers which we support from a source perspective, and we can actually get into more details on it. But there are four key pillars when it comes to data sync. One is accelerate. Accelerate talks about is a continuous sync of your data from any source location to AWS. A lot of customers who wanted to do asynchronous replications or who has an amount of big RPO and RTO in terms of keeping one copy offsite in case of primary data fails. That is one, the motion which comes with data sync around it. The second is migrate. Now, since data sync works as a continuous replication engine, the agent gets deployed in on-premises and you'll be able to replicate back in AWS. In AWS, you have plethora of platform storage services which DataSync supports, right? So you can choose your high performant tiers started with EBS, can go to EFS, FSX, S3 around it. There are a lot of customers who has cold data sitting in on-premises, and they're using DataSync to move it to S3 as a Glacier. If you remember your quiz 1, that was a question about it. What is the lowest cost commercially viable option with S3? That was S3 Glacier. So a lot of customers use DataSync to migrate their cold data from on-premises so that you can actually claim the storage space in on-prem and move that data to AWS on S3 Glacier. There are 7 storage of classes we have. The third is Protect. Now customers wanted to use AWS as their backup to cloud or a long-term retention copy as well, right? DataSync actually can help you on it. So this is the tool we're talking from a migration perspective. Then we'll get into the DR and the backup platform. And last comes the archive. So you can actually reduce your on-premises storage costs. In S3, it can actually start with $23 per terabyte and can go till 1 cent per GB, right? So that's the huge difference of cost economics available for our customers to choose in when it comes to deploying and choose S3 as a target destination. Now just quick high-level workflow in terms of architecture, how it looks like. So in on-premises, if you see, what all source services DataSync support? It supports your traditional protocol like NFS, SMB. It supports your HDFS. It also supports your object storage in on-premises. And in AWS, well, there are only 3 icons mentioned here, but there are tons of other storage services can be used as a part of your destination on AWS. Now let's go deep dive into it. We've been talking about moving the data from any of the source location, could be your on-premises or any other providers, to AWS. But when it comes to moving your application also along with the data, that's where Elastic Disaster Recovery Service comes in, right? So EDR has been there for some time, and there are a lot of customers who are evaluating and using this service to perform all these combinations around it, right? So you can actually move your application stack, including your OS, databases, and data from on-premises to AWS, from other clouds to AWS, from AWS region to AWS region. So there is a cross-region capability also being supported with DR. You can also move it between the availability zones as well, right? In India, we have 2 regions with 3 availability zone each. That means Bombay and Hyderabad. Each has 3 availability zone, which adds to 6 availability zones available for our customers in India, which itself define the high availability, redundancy, resiliency, what you can actually build in. EDR will actually help you to build any combinations if you are natively completely on AWS, or you're running in any other provider, or in any on-premises infrastructure instances. Now, how does EDR works? I mean, just on a high level, it's a flexible. You get an agent to deploy it in an on-premises. It can capture any source, any OS. There are a wide range of OS interoperability metrics which is available on user guide. We can have a look of it. And it also support your on-premises / cloud workloads around it, right? So it doesn't matter what is the underlying platform you have on source. EDR is flexible enough to support and discover those assets when you perform a replication task to it. It's a reliable because it's non-disruptive. It performs asynchronous replication. That means there will be less load on your on-premises infrastructure. A lot of customers are actually using it. And since it's asynchronous, it can actually go as low as in seconds when it comes to RPO requirement for those set of customers around it. Since it can actually do and replicate the instances, services, data, application tag in seconds, that's the business continuum model we have been talking about. And the last pillar which comes is a highly automated. Once EDR has been deployed, the interface connectivity between your source location and AWS has been defined. That's a continuous channel which has been opened and worked on it. There's no impact on testing. We'll talk about more on what are the testing capabilities we have with EDR. And the total cost of ownership for customers, because once you land on AWS, then you have multiple choice of services to modernize and to optimize your cost, which is running on your applications on it, right? So for example, let's say you have a VMware workload in on-premises. While using a EDR, you move to AWS. Then you can actually convert those VM images to containers, Kubernetes. There are a plethora of services which are available for customers to modernize as well. Now, from a single process, so this is what EDR actually perform, right? So you will have a setup that will define the settings in terms of what assets, what application stacks and data I need to replicate, and then perform the launch instances in a non-disruptive test. This will be performed on AWS. You can actually operate and maintain the monitoring task, which is a periodic task of it. It get integrated with CloudTrail and CloudWatch. And you can actually perform a failover for your on-premises or any source location. EDR also gives you option to fail back, right? So you can actually initiate replication to return back to the primary site. So use AWS as your DR site for a DR drill, or as well as for a secondary site, which can be used as a recovery, and then you can actually fail back to your primary site, whichever location it is, right? Whether it's in on-premises or any other provider, you can just fail back to the original locations using EDR as a template. Now, on the high-level architecture perspective, right, the source location, as I was talking about, it could be any data center or cloud on it. It performs a continuous block replication in a compressed and encrypted format. We've been talking about ransomware protection around it. EDR also gives you native snapshot capability, which can be logged, encrypted, and the best part your user credentials could be completely different from what the user credentials you're using in on-premises, right? So imagine you have a team on-premises who has an access to your on-prem assets. You can actually divide a team and give a different access and credential using IAM policies and security posture controls what we have on AWS, keeping this site completely isolated and in a bunker recovery site for our customers around it, right? So even if any compromise happen from the credential side of or the user side of it, this recovery of data will be much more easier and faster with EDR around it. And since it's been encrypted, compressed around it, the security has always been a day one job for AWS on it. Once the staging is done, you actually have an option to pivot and recovery also, right? So let's say you want to completely fail over to AWS around it, you can actually create a same subnet into the VPC, or you can actually create a cross-account, cross-region also. So once, as I said, right, once you land on AWS, there are tons of things, of combinations you can actually apply to do a cross-region, cross-account, cross-VPCs, cross-subnets around it to build more resilient around it. Now, when we talk about ransomware, I just a slide on it which actually talks about what EDR can help you. So account isolation, we discussed that you can actually create a staging subnet and a recovery subnet which isolate the primary account for you. The second is immutable snapshots. So all those snapshots which have been created by EBS are immutable, right, by default. That means nobody can tamper it, encrypt it, or access it until unless a specific user go and decrypt those snapshots. And then also has an EDR integration, right? So how many of us are using CrowdStrike or Sentinel-1 in their organizations? Quite a few, right? EDR integration is also there with Elastic Disaster Recovery Services. And a lot of customers who are building resiliency with AWS wanted to have a perimeter integration with the services they invest in terms of EDR, and then also have end with, let's say, SIM integration with SIM tools you're using it from a monitoring perspective. So it's a complete package for customer when they choose between perimeter security, security available on AWS, as well as the monitoring and controls we have. And the last piece is point-in-time recovery. So you can actually, since you have a EBS snapshot, you can actually do a point-in-time recovery around it, right? Sabit going to cover a session which will talk about more on the recovery side of it. I'll not take the thunder from him. Now, we discuss about DR, we discuss about migration, right? We discuss data sync as a data migration, and then we discuss about the application stacks and the data which can be migrate using EDR. But there is a thin line between a backup and DR, and right, most of us deploy or consider that they have a disaster recovery or backup in place, but when we start discovering and recommending them in terms of how the solution architect will look like, there are differences available for customers to adopt. And so what actually backup means and DR means, this slide actually represent the difference on it. Backup, when it comes to a recovery point or recovery time objective, because backup mostly happen once in a day, so your RPO and RTOs are, the windows are big enough, right? So let's say you're backing up every 6 p.m. and next day the 6 p.m. the second backup occurs, you have a RPO window of 24 hours, right? In case any corruption or data deletion happen before 6 p.m. With disaster recovery, it's a continuous operation, right? The RPO windows are tight, and I don't want to lose my data because of the business continuity we require. Backup goes with the longer retention periods. The EDR piece is for the instance which are currently running in production, right? So a lot of regulated customers in India have a 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years of retention policy. They can't depend on EDR from a disaster recovery perspective. They need an orchestrator with backup coming in to give them compliances, and we'll be talking about it, backup as well. Now, this is a slide which actually gives you an understanding of the dollar investment or spend when it comes to building a disaster recovery, backup, and high availability. Most of the services in AWS are highly available. So when I say highly available, that means they will be multi-AZ services. Your data has been spread across and written into multiple AZs within Bombay or Hyderabad. That's a high available. That doesn't define your disaster recovery strategies, because any corruption or deletion happens to one set of data, it will replicate to other set of data on it. That's our definition of high availability. Disaster recovery comes into picture when you want to build a DR. So let's say the application, though it's highly available with multi-AZ as a concept, but the same data is also available in cross-region or cross-account for those set of customers. That's the definition of DR. And when it comes to backup, that means making copies of the data. Corruption can happen anywhere, right? Our CISO always talks about it, that everything will fall at some time. That was the message he actually given, because there is a lot of security resiliency goes in between when customer choose between highly available disaster recovery and backup. And that's where AWS is actually helping you with all the services and tools to build your DR, highly availability, and resiliency. Now let's quickly touch base about the AWS backup. I'll not go much on a deep because we have another session coming with more deep dive onto the AWS backup. But this is what the service currently supports. It's a fully managed service. There are tons of services on AWS native, as well as on-premises, what we support from a VMware and Outpost perspective. It's a fully managed service. That means customer need not to manage any of your master servers or media servers on the backup front. The use cases primarily from a backup comes in when it comes to cloud native backups, ransomware recovery, and compliances. While DR will not meet the compliances requirement, let's say if a customer who is RBI aligned or a SEBI aligned in India, if it's a FSI or fintech customer, they need to have a backup outside of their DR strategy around it, right? So that's where backup use cases comes prominent handy with it. And once you're building a backup, ransomware recovery will come as a part of your integration session, which we're gonna see it in next session in detail. Now, one of the things which I wanted to highlight is we've been talking about DR, migration, and AWS backup. But one of the critical is why we need to do it, right? We need to do it that we are confident enough to restore it. And that's where the restore testing is important for customers. You might be having a retention policy of 10 years, but how confident are you as a customer? Let's say we're sitting in 2025, we can recover the data which is in backed up in 2016 or 2015, right? So that's where recover testing or restore testing actually helps customer. And AWS backup has a restore testing as a template, as a blueprint available for our customer. That means you can actually define the restore testing schedule, you can define what all instances it needs to be recovered, and you will create a framework, reports, and provide to it. So consider it as a backup drill. You can actually perform those restore testing or the services which are running on AWS, giving that confidence to you that, okay, whatever have been backed up, I can actually restore confidently, whether to the auditors or to the business. You can create that and give it to the users as a report. Now I'm on the last few slides of it. Top 10 security best practices which AWS has been talking about. There will be hundreds of it underneath as a subset around it, but implementing a backup strategy, having your backup DR in business continuity, implementing security posture, ensuring your restore testings are intact so that when the disaster happens in terms of any form, you should confident enough to recover your data sets around it. Now, while the day and time is short, but there are plethora of storage services portfolio we have. Each services has their integrated native capabilities of resiliency, disaster recovery around it. Today we covered only 3, data sync, EDR, and AWS backup, but there are tons of storage portfolio which can actually go through, reach out to your account team to get more deep dive on storage portfolio and services. Now quickly, I'll touch base quickly on 3 customer references I kept it. One is on the EDR perspective. You see this customer, Thomas Router, most of us know him. They actually able to create a DR plan for 300 servers in less than 10 months, including the application tags, OS, data, and able to do a failover and failback using AWS EDR as a solution, right? A very referenceable customer for us. Similarly, second customer, ClearScale. The reason I chose these specific customer, if you see the bandwidth, right? In India, we all know the internet bandwidth between your source location and AWS, and most of the time it's limited. This customer was able to migrate their 30 terabyte of data easily over 50 Mbps of it. So that's the scale I wanted to highlight in terms of what AWS Data Sync can actually help our customers. And the last piece is AWS backup. Now, if you see from a compliances perspective, Workday, everybody knows Workday, what they deal into in terms of their SaaS offering and services around it. They are one of the major AWS backup user when it comes to compliance and regulatory around it. So we saw EDR as a customer, we saw DataSync as a customer, and we also seen AWS backup coming up with a lot of native services and capability to provide it, right? With that note, I'll hand it over to for the next sessions. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a nice evening. Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would once again like to thank Sachin. Thank you for sharing such valuable insights. Moving forward now, it's time for our next session on the topic, Zero Trust Backup Security, leveraging AWS RAM and MPA for cross-account protection. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome on stage Mr. Sabit V, Senior Worldwide Specialist SA, Storage AWS. Let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome him on stage.
Am I audible? Okay, awesome. Thanks for the intro. Just for a quick show of hands, how many of you know the similarities between RMS Titanic and the German encryption machine called Enigma? Anyone? What is it that is common between these two systems? Okay. One was thought to be unsinkable and the other one was thought to be unbreakable. But unfortunately, both these massive systems, one synced very drastically and the other one was broken by the British, and that kind of decided the direction of the World War as well. Another commonality between these two majorly popular strong systems was that they did not take the disaster recovery aspect of it very seriously, which means that they did not plan for it properly. And you might have seen in the movies, when Titanic was sinking, they only had access to less than 20 odd lifeboats, which actually complicated their recovery mechanisms. With that intro, probably we'll get started with this topic of today, Zero Trust Backup Security. And we're going to be talking about a newly launched capability called multi-party approval within AWS Backup. But we'll try to stitch together some of the use cases around what customers should be looking for around it. What we're going to cover today is the driving factor at somebody wanting to look at disaster recovery, very specifically in this era, and the foundations for a reliable recovery, and probably a high-level introduction to AWS Backup, which Sachin covered briefly before my talk, and the multi-party approval, which is the center of today's talk. And some of the important recovery concepts and a reference architecture on how you can put together these things. So everyone might have talked about what is a ransomware attack, why you should be concerned about a ransomware attack and all these things, and what really causes a ransomware attack. And there is always different ways in which an enterprise can get compromised. This could be through the presence of a malware or a compromising software, or it could be through the identity route, which could be through leaked credentials or like your IDP itself getting compromised. But we have talked enough about these things. What our customers are interested these days is about the actual impact of the ransomware event after the compromise has happened. So once the ransomware incident generally happens, there is always a after effect of a ransomware incident where the compromiser would want to go behind your backup options or your recovery options so that they have a higher chance of getting a ransom paid out. And if the attacker is actually spending 3 to 6 months trying to compromise a larger enterprise, and if the enterprise have got access to a latest backup, obviously they would be using the backups to recover rather than trying to pay the ransom. So whenever a ransomware attack happens, generally the after effect of that incident would be the backups getting compromised. Once the ransomware event happens or the incident in which your critical data is being encrypted, the most important aspect for any enterprise is to ensure that they stress on the post-event recovery. But between the post-event recovery and the actual ransomware incident, there is always a data loss, which is what the customers would want to minimize. So even ensuring that you recover your organizations as soon as possible is the effective metric for you to ensure that your business can get back to normal. So let's try to look at the foundation for what a reliable recovery would look like. At the core of everything is the last mile defense, which we have been talking about in the form of backup. So backup is your opportunity to ensure that there is an amount of data that you can build from to recover your enterprise. But just by having backups will not solve for the recovery resilience problem. Think about backup as your foundational layer, and there is a three-legged stool that you would want to build on top of this particular foundation. Obviously, all of these components that we're going to talk about today is very critical in your recovery resilience. The first important aspect of ensuring your backups are recoverable is to ensure that your backups are immutable and isolated, which is part of the 3-2-1-1 strategy that we've kind of talked about previously. So if your backups are immutable, which means that they cannot be modified, and if they are isolated from your production data, it ensures that you have got access to a proper backup. And the next important leg of your three-leg stool is the integrity of the data. So if your backup is never validated or it was never checked for integrity, and in the event of requiring this backup to be accessed for ensuring your recovery, and if this data was not integral in nature, this backup is as good as not existing. And the third important pillar of your three-legged stool is the availability aspect of it. So you might have an immutable backup, integral in nature, but what if this backup was never accessible? What if your identity route to your backup was compromised and you can't access those things? So like I was mentioning earlier, the most important way in which you can build your recovery is by relying on the proper foundation of having effective backups and these three legs of the stool, which is immutability, isolation, integrity, and availability. And that's what your recovery has to be built on top of. So let's look into the first pillar of it, which is the immutability and isolation of backup. So like Sachin was introducing, AWS Backup was launched 6 years back as a simple scheduling tool that was meant to take off most of the undifferentiated heavy lifting from our customers. So using this service, you would be able to work backwards from your data protection strategies by defining simple attributes part of your backup program, which is what resources need to be backed up, how often they should be backed up, how many copies have to be kept of, and how long these backup have to be kept. By defining these strategies, AWS Backup as a service will be able to take off most of the undifferentiated heavy lifting from you and then perform these actions for you without the hassle of any licensing cost and all those things. But that's not just it. AWS Backup also has got many other components, including Backup Audit Manager and restore testing that was discussed previously, which allows you to ensure you can implement a proper organization-wide backup strategy. The other important aspect of AWS Backup is a concept called Backup Vault. So much like how you would already know that Amazon S3 bucket by itself is not a storage container. It is just a logical container that allows you to group all of your objects. What gets stored is the object and what gets charged is the actual object itself. But the bucket allows you to define strategies at a combination or at a collection level. So if you've got a collection of objects that can be grouped together and put inside a bucket, you would be able to define access patterns and strategies at the bucket level. So this could be how the encryption happens, how the life cycle happens, who can access the data and all those things. Likewise, AWS Backup have a concept called a Backup Vault. So you can group all of your recovery points based on the data classification or the sensitivity of the data and all those things and apply data access strategies on top of it. So 2 years back, AWS Backup launched a new type of vault called the AWS Backup Logically Air Gap Vault. So the AWS Backup Logic Layer Gap Vault is a service managed backup vault in which the management of your vault is kind of offloaded to AWS Backup as a service. So what does this bring to the table? One is that previously the immutability configuration of the backup vault was a choice given to the customers, but now with the AWS Backup Logic Layer Gap Vault, the vault is immutable by nature, which means that any backup that you store in this AWS Backup Logic Layer Gap Vault is immutable in nature, which means that until the expiry of the recovery points, nobody can delete it, even the root user of your account. And the other important aspect is that any recovery point that is stored in this AWS Backup Logic Layer Gap Vault is encrypted using a service-owned key. So you might already be aware of a customer managed key, an AWS managed key. The third category of the keys, called the service-owned keys, is what is used to encrypt your recovery points. So which means that the threat vector of the KMS keys getting compromised does not apply to this particular vault. But that's not all of it. The other important capability of Logic Layer Gap Vault is that it seamlessly integrates with AWS Resource Access Manager, or RAM in short, which means that you can now share the contents of this Logic Layer Gap Vault with any other account of a choice within your organization or even outside of your organization, which means that you can now have a faster restore experience. Okay, so that was the first pillar, which is the immutability aspect and isolation of it. So imagine a scenario where you're doing a daily backup and keeping it for 14 days. So these numbers from 1 to 7 are your daily backups for the first 7 days. And the color green indicates that, okay, these backups are free from any malware or compromises, which means that these are clean backups. And this is generally the safe period of your recovery, which means that if there is any compromise during this period, you can safely use these backups to recover your data. But imagine after some time, like let's say on the 7th day, there was a malware that somehow tripped your EDR or XDR systems and made it your primary data, like your EBS volume. Obviously, the backup that is made out of that particular EBS volume will also have the copy of the malware. And this is what we call generally the scenarios in which if you're able to pinpoint the actual malware in your data, you would be able to surgically remove this data. So, for example, if there is a virus.exe, obviously nobody would name the file as virus.exe if they were to compromise your systems. And if you can safely detonate your backups into an isolated environment and remove only the virus.exe, you will be able to extract all of the other data so that you can keep your RPO still intact, which is what we call the surgically fixable recovery period. But obviously, the effect of malware is eventually to have a compromise done on your data. So the presence of malware is still an okay situation, where it has not yet compromised any of your data. But if the malware eventually gets access to a computer environment and it can start encrypting your data, what would happen is that any backup data that is created from your production systems will now have the encrypted data as well. So which means that the colors red indicate there are compromised data, and which is what we call the depleted recovery options period, wherein if you have to recover during days between 11 to 14, your obvious choice is to either go back to 8, 9, 10 or days from 1 to 7. But that's not it. Sorry. If you were to not detect the presence of malware or ransomware in your data, which is the most unavoidable situation you should be in, after day 21, what now happens is that all of your good known backups, which is green in color, are now deleted, which means that you're left with the yellow color backup or the red ones, which means that if there is a recovery required, you're stuck with data that is already compromised. So that is why there is an importance of ensuring the integrity of your data when you're planning for backups. Okay, so now the important topic of today's talk here. AWS organization launched a new capability called multi-party approval during Reinforce 2025. So the thought process behind multi-party approval is that in the event of wanting to do any kind of privileged operations in your organization, we would require multi-factor authenticated users to be approving an operation. So imagine you have a quorum of approved users within your organization, like for example your CEO or CFO being part of a quorum of users, And before an operation could be approved, what we are saying is that at least a minimum number of users within a set of users have to approve an operation. Why do we do this one? This is to ensure that in the event of an identity compromise in your organization, a single user compromise cannot compromise an approval process within an organization. So if there is a compromise happening, by ensuring that the compromiser can compromise at least the minimum number of users is what will break this particular system. So multi-party approval is a capability part of the AWS organizations and the accounts feature, but AWS Backup is the first consumer of it. And how does it work together? So imagine in your entire AWS setup, you have got a primary AWS organization in which you have set up a logical air-gap vault, in which you have got all of your crown jewel data backup kept there. Because you are concerned about the identity route compromise in the primary organization, what we are saying is that you should have prepared for this scenario, the eventual scenario of your primary IDP being compromised. You'd be setting up a recovery organization in your organization by connecting to a backup IDP. So in this diagram, your AWS organization primary will be using an IDP 1, and your AWS organization recovery will be using an IDP 2. And the first thing that you would have to do is to create what we call a multi-party approval team. So, and within the multi-party approval team, you will be adding a couple of users and defining what is the minimum required number of approvals. And obviously this particular multi-party approval team have to be assigned to the primary AWS account so that the backup admin in the logical air-gap vault can connect that multi-party approval team to the logical air-gap vault. So the reason why we do is that just by assigning a multi-party approval team to the account does not allow you to take over anything. You would require a collaboration between the primary account owner and the multi-party approval team to ensure that there is a trust being built up. So in the event of a compromise scenario that you can't access your primary AWS account, what we are saying is that you can set up a new AWS recovery account, which is entirely clean with all of your security controls being intact. And you can now assign this multi-party approval team, which is still accessible through your recovery organization, to the recovery account. And what will now happen is that from the recovery account, you can raise a request to get access to the logical air-gap vault in the primary account. So this is in a scenario that your primary account cannot be logged into, but you still be able to raise a request to get access to this particular logical air-gap vault. And once this approval has been done by the multi-party approval team, AWS Backup will not magically, through the functionality, provide you with what we call a restore access backup vault. So all of the data that was previously in a logical air-gap vault, in an account which was not accessible through an identity route which is compromised, what we are saying is that you will now be able to access the references of all those backups in your recovery account, which is clean and entirely set up using the security principles. And you can now able to do restores in this account. You can also do copy operations from this particular restore access vault. This is a scenario generally where you're concerned about your primary AWS account organization not being accessible, which is including your root account compromise or your management account compromise. But the same setup can be applied to your primary account compromise as well, but assuming that you can still access the organization. So the same set of operations that we saw in the recovery could be applied in the scenario as well. So with the multi-party approval team, approval approach, what we are saying is that anything that is protected using a AWS Backup logical air-gap vault will now be able to be accessible in a new clean account of your choice, provided you have set up your recovery organizations properly. So let's probably look into some of the important recovery concepts, because until now, when we talked about backup vaults, we were always talking about individual components, like your EBS volumes, RDS instances, and all those things. So most of the time, whenever you think about recovery, like it was mentioned in the morning during the Commvault session, the most important aspect to your recovery is to ensure that you define what we call the minimum viable company. So whenever you try to recover an organization, you should have already defined what we call the minimum viable company and the crown jewel applications, and the critical path of recovery that will define what is the phase through which all of your organization could be recovered to the minimum viable situation. And that probably completes the phase 1 of the recovery, which allows your organization to probably get back to its feet. And this is what we call the critical path of recovery, which ensures that you've got a proper foundation from which you can start recovering your organization. So without the proper planning and execution of a minimum viable company and the critical path of recovery, I've not seen any organization being able to recover properly. Okay, so let's look at how this all plugs in together with our reference architecture. I know we are almost at time. So what we are recommending is that, like Sachin was introducing, AWS Backup allows you to backup not only the resources within an AWS account, but also anything in your on-premises data center through the backup gateway services. So any components that you currently back up to a backup vault can be copied into a logical air gap vault for further isolation and immutability. And with the integration of forensic analysis and the resource access manager sharing in AWS Backup Logical Air Gap Vault, you will be able to integrate with partner solutions like the one from Elastio.com, which allows you to perform not just malware, but also ransomware scanning on your data. So there is always a big difference between what you do with a proper malware scanning solution and a ransomware scanning solution. A malware scanning solution generally looks for pattern-based matching or a Bitdefender-based, database-based scanning, which looks for patterns in your data. But the ransomware scanning solution generally looks for an impact of the data. So if you were to scan a backup for a malware, that might be too late for you to have detected the presence of malware. What you should ideally be concerned is the presence of the malware, which is the actual encryption impact of your data. So if your data is already encrypted, that is a trigger for you to say that, okay, I need to now go back in time and then probably find my last good known backup and try to recover from it. And if you want to recover, like how MPA was introduced, you will now be able to create a share through the multi-party approval scenario and then have it recovered. And now you can recover not just to your primary AWS organization, but to any other organization of your choice. So one important thing to note here is that you can see none of these accounts are part of a single organization. So we do have larger customers who kind of operate the forensic account in a separate security organization, and you would be able to recover in a separate recovery organization and all those things. So this is completely flexible and up to your appetite. And just to summarize what we discussed until now, obviously, recovery resilience is not an IT problem. IT is facilitating it, but it has to be a business concern, and a lot of investments has to come from the business itself. And like I was highlighting earlier, these days, part of any ransomware attack, backups are also becoming a target, and you would have seen that in some of the high-profile attacks happening in India as well. And you can't combine operational recovery and cyber recovery as in the same boat. So what you have as an RTO and RPO should not be mixed up as your cyber RTO and RPO, which has to be dealt with separately with concepts like clean room recovery and all those things. And obviously, cyber resilience is a business problem as well. And that's pretty much what I had to cover back in a 20-minute session. Happy to be taking any questions post the event, and thank you very much.
Well, once again, thank you so much, Mr. Savit, for such an eye-opening session on Zero Trust Security. Moving ahead now, it's time for our next session on pioneering data modernization in Indian banking with AWS. It takes a great pleasure to invite on stage Mr. Pratish Mahatri, Head Data and Analytics, AWS India and South Asia. Let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Mahatri, and let's welcome him on stage.
Good afternoon. All right, so I'm going to keep it very, very short. You heard about a lot of tech all morning. Today, we are going to see some of it in action with one of our largest Indian banks. All right, so this is going to be in two parts. I'm going to first talk a bit of banking technology, and second, how we've helped this bank build a modern data platform on AWS. So just, I can see a few sleepy faces post-lunch, which is normal. So just to get all of you going, what comes to mind when we talk of a bank? Anyone, anything? Anyone who works in a bank over here? Oh, awesome. Quite a few. All right, great. So what comes to mind when you think of banking? As an end user? Money, security, reluctance to change, okay? Data security, right? How about scale, right? Massive scale. Documents, n number of documents that you need to, lack of hyper-personalization, right? Maybe even lack of transparency at times. Today we are in an age where even if you order a sandwich on a Swiggy or a Zomato, all the way from the time you place your order, you can see the driver who's on his way. He's picked up your parcel, he's reached your building, he's walking to your doorstep. All of that is very, very transparent. In a bank, not always, right? You, your friend, very similar profiles might apply for a credit card. One gets approved, one doesn't. You don't know the reasons, right? So there is a lot of things that need to be done. And if you look at some of the use cases, right, obviously this is not all, things like credit decisioning, right, things like document processing, optimizing a bank's portfolio, fraud detection, your call center analytics, better customer support, customer service. All these are use cases that banks were working on, but these used to be good to have other North Stars that you plan to reach to. Today with generative AI, I think it is almost a board mandate to get all this functioning on ground on day one, right? And as a result, what happens is a lot of customers are getting enamored by this new technology, which is generative AI. And generative AI is great, but the magic really is under the proverbial iceberg, which is basically your data foundation, right? Because if you look at it, given enough time, each and every organization will have the access to the same LLMs and the same latest and greatest GPUs. Now, unless you focus on the data foundation, you will only end up building generic applications, which are honestly no different from the applications available over the internet, right? You need nuanced applications that understand your business, your data, and for that you need to build a data foundation grounds up. This means choosing the right storage, building data pipelines for different kinds of data. For example, a clickstream data pipeline looks very different to, say, a micro batch or an end-of-day batch that runs, right? And also purpose-built databases, analytics, solutions. Because again, with agentic, etc., you no longer can rely on transactional databases, right? You need vector stores. So how do you manage them? We heard about a new bucket that we launched with S3 to manage vector databases, but so on and so forth. So with that, if you look at platforms itself, right? This is easier said than done. Today, both your data warehouses as well as data lakes have evolved. If you look at data warehouses, they were typically built for transactional systems, for BI and reporting needs. But over time, with big data coming in, we saw these platforms evolve into architectures such as MPP, as well as columnar storage, etc. Similarly, data lakes. Their main purpose was to basically be able to store any data in any format reliably in a cost-effective manner. Things like governance, things like metadata, things like data accessibility were all afterthoughts, right? So these platforms are evolving, but what's evolving even faster is the customer requirements. Today, customers want a single platform that they can use for transactions, that they can use for analytics, and also to build the latest and greatest generative AI applications, including agentic frameworks, right? What do customers want? They want compute and storage to truly be segregated, which means each layer can scale up or down based on requirements. They want a platform that will deliver end-to-end governance, which is built into the platform, right? They want open source technology, because gone are those days where customers are okay to be stuck into proprietary technology. Today, technology moves so fast, you want data to be in an open format so that the latest and greatest technology can be brought to data rather than the other way around. And also, customers want that same ACID compliance that you get in a data warehouse from their modern data platforms. And of course, all of this with the right price performance. So, what is the answer? The answer is basically a transactional data lake, which is built on a lakehouse architecture, which brings together both these best of both worlds, right? The structured format of a data warehouse, as well as the openness and the flexibility that you get in a data lake. And what really makes these transactional data lakes functional? It's the same open table formats that you heard of earlier today. So as AWS, we will continue to support the 3 common open table formats. And what these open table formats gives you is, one, you can do asset transactions like you would on a database. It allows you to do record level operations. It allows you to do indexing for better performance. It allows you to manage concurrency, which means multiple systems can read and write data simultaneously. It allows you to do schema evolution, which means your databases can evolve over time. You can add new columns, etc. And obviously, it gives you features such as time travel, so you can do point-in-time transactions, right? So all these things that used to be available only in databases or data warehouses are now available on modern data platforms. We obviously spoke about S3 tables earlier today. So again, this is built on, this is built on Apache Iceberg. It gives you 3 times better performance, 10 times higher transactions per second. If you ask why Iceberg, this is the reason, right? You have multiple people actively contributing and betting on this open table format, and which is the direction we are taking. That doesn't mean we will not support the rest, but this is the direction we see most companies going with as we move forward, right? So with that, I also understand this is a very oversimplified view. In a real world, this is probably how your data looks like. You might have a data warehouse for your operational data store. You might have data lakes where you're probably storing data from clickstream, etc. And then I'm sure you have a whole bunch of SaaS applications where data lives. So last December at our reInvent, Amazon launched something called the SageMaker Lakehouse. Now what this Lakehouse does, it's built on Iceberg Open APIs, and what this gives you is the ability to view all of this data, no matter where it is, through a combination of zero ETL and query federation, to view this data as one logical unit of data. What this means is you can bring in any query engine on top, a query engine of your choice. We would love it if it's an AWS query engine, but you can also bring in a third-party query engine, and you can query this data as one logical unit of data. Right? So this is where we see the world of analytics moving and helping complex customers like Indian banks. But with that, let's go into a journey. So Axis Bank, as you all know, is the 3rd largest private sector bank in India. And the reason I like this example is this is probably a textbook method of how we see large enterprises adopt AWS and scale as they get deeper into it, right? So our journey with Axis Bank started during COVID, which was half a decade earlier, believe it or not. They started with the same thing, right? They needed a digital channel to onboard newer customers. They needed to start building newer digital journeys. So we helped them build their first account and obviously onboard newer applications such as video KYC, etc. Followed by that, they started obviously focusing on security, which is where we helped them build a landing zone, their first CI/CD pipelines, a mechanism to make sure all their PII data was encrypted, because security obviously is very, very important when it comes to a highly regulated industry like banking. As they got more and more familiar and more applications were onboarded, we looked into things like database monitoring, deploying infrastructure as a code. Later on, we started moving into things such as application modernization, and we picked up some really meaty applications like their CRM Next, right, which we tried to modernize on AWS. We also built and grounds up the entire corporate bank. So we took a digital view of what corporate banking should look like and built it grounds up on AWS. And 2 years ago, Axis Bank said, now that we have so much data already on AWS, why don't we build a modern data platform that can be used, right? But before that, it's important to understand the vision that they set out for, because obviously this was something that evolved over a period of time, right? This didn't happen overnight. So they wanted to globally benchmark themselves as a digital bank. They wanted to become a digital lending powerhouse. And obviously they wanted to acquire newer customers, etc. So they had two or three broad ideas, right? One, they wanted to be a leader when it comes to digital. And for that, they knew they had to build their data foundation if they had to take advantage of all the latest and greatest technologies that are available, right? Second, Bharat Banking. This is basically a tier 3, tier 4 areas where again data plays an important part, because a lot of these customers may not have CIBIL scores, etc. So you need to rely on third-party data when it comes to making lending decisions, collection decisions, etc. Right? Third, they embarked on a program called Sparsh, which was basically to empower their million-odd workforce to quickly be able to search information about products and in the end better serve their customers. And there was an IT initiative called Udan, where they wanted to obviously strengthen system resilience, but they also wanted to move from proprietary to open source technology, right? So with this, we had to basically build a modern data platform. And some of the factors, right? I think the use cases were very, very clear. They wanted to make use of the latest and greatest technology, which was generative AI, which came in 2 years ago, and agentic AI and SaaS, which is coming up now. Also, a lot of requirements for business was around real or near real-time data, right? For example, fraud. While it is good to detect a fraud and maybe correct it, what's even better is if you can prevent a fraud. And for that, you need to be able to execute real time, because once the fraud has happened, you've probably lost the trust of one customer and caused that customer a lot of heartache, right? So use cases were plenty. The problems were even more, right? One, in every large organization, right, you have owners for each and every core system. And these owners, their job is to make sure these systems run, and that's it. And these owners will not let you build CDC pipelines to pull data from their databases. For example, core banking. No one will ever let you pull data out of core banking because it impacts performance. Right? So what happened was every time people needed data, they had to scramble within the organization to see what data I could use. And in turn, they would run into issues around data quality, data freshness, etc., etc. Right? And there was no real owner for data. Right? You had owners for source systems who didn't really want to share data because their main imperative was to make sure the system is performant and running. And then there were these use cases building up which needed data, but there were no real owners of data. And every time someone wanted to do something with data, they would take a slice from here and there. So you end up with multiple copies of data, and over a period of time, you don't know what data is what. For example, just think of a sales table or sales data. You'll probably have hundreds and hundreds of tables within your organization, and you don't know which one to pick, right? Data quality issues, and obviously as scale grows, right, you have issues around availability, scalability, pipelines breaking, issues during month ends where you need to run a bunch of reports, issues when you have to run reports for the regulator, which is also increasing day and day. So there were n number of issues. So when we got to solve, what we recommended was we start moving away from operational data stores into domain-based data stores, right? So we identified the main sources for data, which were things like your credit card systems, your core banking, obviously, your LMS, which has all your lending data, as well as your payment systems. Then we started carving out the domains. Customer was one domain, your transactions, products, payments, right? And then we actually built teams who would be virtual teams comprising of both data engineers as well as owners of the source application, which would be the primary feeders for these data products. And we built these teams whose job was to own this entire pipeline, right? And the way we built it was following the medallion architecture, which means you ingest data from various sources based on what your domain requires, and you keep it as is in the bronze layer. This is basically your raw data, comes in as is. The reason we keep it like this is for things like compliance, etc. You need to have your raw data, right? After that, we run DQ rules, etc., and we cleanse the data, and this becomes your silver layer, which is your cleansed data. This is great for things like analytics, etc., but probably not great for end business use, right? End business users want aggregated data, thoroughly cleaned, ready for consumption. It could be through APIs, it could be through batch ingestion, however. So that is basically your gold layer, which is your finished data product. And now this entire pipeline is managed by this virtual team. And today, obviously, we built a governance layer on top, which takes care of everything. If a user or a business comes and they want to search for a particular kind of data, you can do a search. You know exactly what data I need or what data products I need. You subscribe to them. There is an approval process based on your permissions and things like that. You approve either the entire data set or part of the data set, and then the consumer can start using it. So that entire workflow is built today, and it again powers a whole bunch of use cases. For example, statements. The statement that you get at the end of the month, it seems like a very, very easy use case, right? You have your transactions, your debits and credits that happen in your account, and end of the month, you have a snapshot. But if you really look at it, one is obviously all your transactions that you do. Second, you have your credit cards that you take from banks. You need to ingest that data. You have loyalty points and things like that. That's another system. You need to ingest that data. There are billing systems that probably charge you for monthly minimum balance not met, or certain services that you use. So those calculations need to be done. Then you probably also do investments with a bank. So all that data needs to be ingested. So all of these use cases, which used to be standalone applications, can now be built as modern processes which just consume data from these data products. Could be real-time, could be batch. And this has enabled a whole bunch of applications, downstream applications that are being built, right? This is what the architecture looks like under the hood. So we obviously have a streaming service, which is MSK, through which we stream all the data. We use EMR to do the processing at different levels. And they use, again, a combination of Hoodie as well as Iceberg. They started with Hoodie because that was the preferred choice 2 years back when it came to CDC. Obviously, things have evolved now. And again, when it comes to consumption, you have an option of both real-time data processing as well as micro batches, which are every 15 minutes. So that is where they are today. Going forward, we are already working with them to build AI agents when it comes to data engineering. So things like generating new code, doing data classification, right, anomaly detection. We are building agents along with them to do all of these things. And obviously the data products that have been built already, we are basically leveraging technologies like MCP server and vector stores so that this data can easily be accessed by downstream generative AI applications. So again, this was a quick story of all the technologies that you heard in action in India in a very, very complex environment like a bank. And with that, I will end with the same line that Biswa said in the morning. Data is the genesis for all innovation, and we hope together we can build a data-driven future with all of y'all. And with that, I know my time is up, so thank you, and hope y'all have a nice day.
Well, until the question just comes onto the screen, let me tell everyone that the social media contest is still on for everybody. The question is already here, and I request. Well, to your table itself.
AWS data sync.
We can't hear the answer.
B, data sync. B, AWS data sync.
B is the answer, and that is a wrong answer. And we go on to the next one.
Yeah, AWS backup.
AWS backup is the right answer. Let's give a big round of applause for the gentleman. And congratulations to you. And which side do I ask our volunteers to be there? So kindly please look around. Yes, they're right here. This is the last question for the afternoon, so I request our lovely volunteers to support us by looking at every side. Let's have the next question, question number 8 coming on screen, which is our last question. What is the main advantage of AWS availability zones in data? I'm not even completing the question because I'm so excited. I just see that everyone's so keen. So whoever is the loudest, please go to them. Whoever is the loudest, just go to them. And whom did she found the loudest? The gentleman right there. And the right answer is? So what's the answer?
First A.
I can't hear you.
A.
I want you to read the answer, please.
Reduce latency and provide fault isolation.
Reduces latency and provides fault isolation, and that's the right answer. Let's give a big round of applause. And to everybody else, let's give a big round of applause as well. You all were just amazing. Back again, I'm going to announce the social media winners. I already have the list with me. I have the 3 names, but I'm going to wait for a while and let you wait as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we have our one more session now. Please hold on. I request everyone to please take your seat as we get started with our next session. Architecting Defense in Depth, a comprehensive framework for cloud security. Please give a big round of applause as I welcome on stage Mr. Tejas Sheth, Senior Security Specialist, AWS, to please join us on stage. Round of applause for Tejas. A hearty warm welcome to you, and I leave the stage to you to take the session forward.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, I think we are sitting for a while. Let's raise your hand like this. I think we are sitting for a while. I think we need a little bit of a blood flow going through. I know a few guys are still waiting for, yeah, now it feels good, right? Great, okay. I would like to start this session by thanking you all taking out your time today. Time is a valuable asset, especially when we are dealing with threats. We are always into this constant battle of improving mean time to response, remediation, and recovery as well. My name is Tejas. I'm a security specialist. I work with the customer, help them operationalize security control. And today we will be diving deep into how do we scale security operations specific to the data protection at scale. So we'll be discussing about preventive controls, protection controls, and how do we implement the detection controls that can help us scale remediation and response both. So security is a job zero at AWS. It's one of our core central pillar for whatever we do, whatever service we develop. There are more than 144 compliances today that customer can use, download it from AWS artifacts, and these controls can be used as a baseline for customers' overall compliance program. But we don't just stop there. There are more than 300 security controls which customer can use to enhance the security for services that they consume. And then there are specific services for network protection, infrastructure protection, and for the data security as well. So one of the core questions that customer most of the time ask that, how do I practically reduce the operational overhead on the security? There are plenty number of operations like vulnerability management, posture management, threat management need to be done. So I always remember this one case where I was discussing with the customer and we were developing a ransomware protection controls. So after creating this long list of controls, we identified that actually by just shifting from the EBS-backed external upload module, instead of that, if we can move to the S3 itself, we can take away the runtime for the malware. Because every malware or ransomware needs a CPU, memory, operating system, some level of runtime. And the moment when we move it to the S3 bucket, the detonation of the malware can be taken away. And this has actually reduced around 70% of the cost on the security control, but also the operations. So the technical debt is also reduced. And this is one of the very good example of how do we modernize the application and reduce the attack surface itself. Now, definitely those preventive controls are good. We wanted to prevent more of this attack surface to be created. And we'll be definitely diving deep into that. But we also need protection controls, network protection and data protection, which will help us protect against the threat, not just attack surface. We wanted to have the detection controls, which will help us improve the observability on the security. And last but not least, we wanted to have remediation and response control created in such a way that can help us scale our operation. So let's look at the first one, preventive controls. So in AWS there are more than 240 services. If you can categorize, some of these services fall under inside the VPC. It means if you want to send the data to EBS, it has to go through the VPC traffic filtering. But when you are uploading to the S3, it's a direct API call. So the identity is a parameter for most of your service that you communicate. And that is the first thing that can be used to prevent a lot of attack surface. So with this in context, how do you see the day one and day two operations? So most of the customer who has implemented the security operations at scale, they have created the procedures, policies, and mapped that with the guardrails, and created the data perimeter. So for example, you can say, hey, have a policy at the organization level, not at the project level, and in this policy I will define that no one can access any object from any S3 bucket if they are not inside my organization. And if you provide that as a guardrail at the organization level, the misconfiguration can be prevented, because no one can publish that bucket, no one can give the access to the bucket to the external account. Now, this is just one of the example that is called RCP, Resource Control Policy. You can also apply SCPs, that is Service Control Policy, again at the organization level. And there are more than 600 plus security controls in Control Tower which can help you increase the security. But these are the day one. It means you do this once in a year, once in a 6 month, and then again you relook at it when you are revising your policies and procedures. But then there are also day two operations. Day two operations like least privilege operations. So if your instance is communicating with S3 bucket and you have given S3 full access, but it has always used a get object. How can we do the least privilege operation at scale? And we are talking about thousands of IAM role, hundreds of human user who is interacting with cloud accounts, AWS accounts. We also wanted to make sure that this misconfiguration is reduced. In your CSPM, CNAP tools where you are seeing constant red dashboard, how can we reduce that? I'm talking about prevention. Many customers also use self-service portals. So you can use AWS Service Catalog to build your standardized processes. So your self-service catalog is doing the deployment as per the best practice, which is reducing the chance of misconfiguration and posture violation. But still, least privilege question remains there. How can we do it at scale? At AWS, we heard this feedback from customers, and recently in Reinforce, we have announced IAM Access Analyzer available as a central place for the observability. So now, with external identity, access monitoring, and unused permission, we are identifying human user and machine user, means IAM role and user. Both the permission we are analyzing and updating customer what are not being used. Customer can use the policy generator and validator to rapidly create new policies and apply it on not just IAM role, but also can apply it in S3 buckets as well. So the S3 access analyzer can be used to identify what are the objects, what are the bucket being utilized from where. There are other security best practice that customer always ask us, that the most important one, which I personally recommend, is to do a micro-segmentation of the accounts based on the intent-driven architecture. So if you have a PCI DSS full compliant workload, make sure that the IAM role or the user or the network is not communicating to the dev queue or staging environment. Make sure you are not using the long-term credential, you are using always short-term credential from IAM role. For human user, never use an IAM user, but use identity center. So these are some of the preventive controls which can definitely reduce the attack surface, right? But again, this is attack surface, not a threat. Threat is real. Even though we apply all these best practices, there are always chance that the different insider threat or external threat can be manifested, and we need to protect that. So protective controls falls under these two categories: network protection and data protection. So one of the frequent ask from the customer on the DLP perspective, data loss prevention, is that I wanted to make sure that the data is not going out of my organization. And if you see the construct of the network, which is a VPC, there are various different places where we can apply the security control. So for example, security group, right? Security group can do a L3, L4 level firewall. It's like a stateful firewall. But if you wanted to add a deny rule, you can use NACLs at the subnet level. You can also segregate your inbound and outbound traffic and get it inspected with intrusion prevention system, that is AWS network firewall. You can, when the traffic leaves the internet gateway, You can also front-end it with the CloudFront, which is a protection at the edge. This is mainly for the inbound protection, and you can protect it with AWS WAF and Shield Advance. But now this is still just exfiltration side of our threat vector. What about other threats? So we need to protect the data by using encryption at transit, encryption at rest. So let's double click on that. So if you have an application and you are interacting with the application, this first communication over the internet need to be protected, and that's where a customer can use ACM, Certificate Manager, to apply the certificate at the load balancer, at the API gateway, and also your CloudFront. It will make sure your communication is encrypted in transit. Customer also gave us the feedback that end-to-end encryption still you don't support because you cannot export the certificate from ACM. Now we support that as well. So if you are regulatory, if you fall under any regulation and you need to do any end-to-end encryption, you can do that as well. For encryption at rest, you can use AWS KMS, Cloud HSM, or payment cryptography. If you need PCI 3DS compliant resource or application, then you can just use the SDK integrated to the application and use PIN verified encryption. Now, next one is how do we protect it while processing? So we have multiple AWS services. They are interacting with each other. Every service needs authentication and authorization. So if a Lambda needs to communicate to S3, it needs authentication and authorization. The same way for the EC2, the same way for even the S3 bucket that needs to have protection. You need to provide specific policies to that. But if your identity is not falling under the AWS IAM umbrella, then you can always use Secrets Manager. Store your database credential, long-term keys, which are third-party keys, in the Secrets Manager where you can easily rotate, and don't hard-code that. And the last but not least is the observability. So CloudTrail is a data plane, management events that is being logged continuously, whether it's a machine who's interacting or a human user. There are also the S3 access logs. There are also VPC flow log and many other log streams that need to be monitored. So in the detection control, one of the key challenge that customer used to ask us is that we have multiple different log streams, right? And we need to make sure these logs are enabled in all the account, in all the regions, for all the services, and we have to follow up with the service team if someone has not enabled these logs. And especially when we consume these logs, they go to multiple different teams and different tools, consume it, but eventually we are duplicating the data. We are copying this log on and on and on, and these logs are also creating a lot of integration problems. Because the SIEM, the way it consumes the log needs a different format. The way the analytics team consume it is a different format and different tool. So that's where we introduced Amazon Security Lake. So Amazon Security Lake is a data lake that enables the log stream from the source. It's uninterrupted log stream. You don't have to enable any VPC flow log, CloudTrail log, AWS WAF log, or ECAS audit log. These logs are enabled, collected from the downstream to the service account, and converted in OCSF format. It's open cybersecurity schema format. It also compresses this log up to 70% and stores it in S3 bucket. Now once it is in the bucket, then you can consume these logs either by an agent and using the Bedrock agents, or you can build a dashboard in QuickSight. You can also build a dashboard in OpenSearch if it's a SOC use case for SIEM, or you can build a playbook, automation playbook that uses do the incident response for end-to-end. Customers also ask us that it's good that you are storing all the logs, but can you provide us the findings, a risk-based finding with the correlation? So customer asked us to correlate the vulnerability, misconfiguration, and the threat data. So we have recently launched Security Hub in public preview. This is a new Security Hub that does the correlation of publicly exposed assets. It also correlates with the sensitive data. If the asset is publicly exposed and having a vulnerability and having a misconfiguration, and it's connecting to the sensitive data, like a PII information, it highlights it as a critical and helps customer to remediate that. Now, this is still at the detection level, more of a detection engineering. Still, we need to do this response and remediation aspect, and both are fundamentally different. Response is usually done on the threat. You identify the threat, it's malicious IP address, you enrich that IP address, and then you block the IP address or a URL, or you contain the particular instance. But the remediation is not the same. For remediation, you need to do a lot of collaboration. For example, if there is a vulnerability, you need to apply the patch. You have to collaborate with the developer and the DevOps and then do the testing, and then you assure that, okay, it works. And then you release it to production. The same way, when you want to make a bucket private, you really assess the risk whether something in the production will go down or not, and for that you need collaboration. Now, since these both are fundamentally different, the process and operations are also different. So many customers now started adopting agentic security operations. So you can define those 20% of the operation which are repetitive in nature, but reduce your 80% of the day-to-day operations. Once those are defined, you can create Amazon Bedrock agents. You can apply the memory which will hold the previous logs of the incident and the cases that the way you have managed it. In the long-term memory, you can use S3 vector store. For the short-term memory, it's available in agent core itself. You can give external tool for the enrichment like Abuse IPDB, Virus Total, which will make sure that if it's a response, then the response is done after the enrichment and approval. So with that, I would like to conclude this session by saying that there is no silver bullet for having security control for data protection, but it's a layered security approach. Start with creating the policies and procedure and map them with your guardrails. And then you move towards the identity access management operations like least privilege operations, dissect them to the day one and day two, and apply the security control that will help reduce your operational overhead and technical debt as well. So with that, I would like to thank you. I hope it was helpful for you, and yeah.
Well, with that, thank you so much, Tejas, for outlining such a robust security strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the last session of this wonderful day. Well, post that, get ready to know the lucky winners of the social media contest. But before I call on the winners, I would like to go ahead with our next session. Well, as we wrap up our day, let's hear more about storage innovation at AWS by Tanmay Dubey. Let's give a big round of applause for Tanmay Dubey, India Storage Service Lead, AWS, who's right here. A warm welcome to you, Tanmay.
Good evening. I know the energies are low, and you've been a wonderful, wonderful audience, and I'm the last man standing between you and your prizes, right? So my name is Tanmay, and I won't take much time, and I'll just quickly walk you through 3 questions that you would have probably, during the day, all of us went through it. First, the first part of the day spoke about who are we, right? What is AWS? What are our capabilities? What can we do? The second part of the day primarily focused about what can we do for you, how beneficial our technologies are for the innovations that you are doing for yourself and for your customers. And the last part is how can you work with us? What's in it for you? आपके लिए क्या है हमारे पास में, right? So it begins with first thing that you might be thinking about questions during the day. What do I have the environment? How can I evaluate my data center? पैसे कितने लगते हैं, आप कितने महंगे हो, आप कितने सस्ते हो, एग्जाम्पल एक्स्ट्रा. So the first thing that I want to leave the message is, from a value point of view, we have partnered with AMD. AMD is doing a lot of joint funding. So in case you want to use the AMD compute for your cloud operations, AMD is helping you with a lot of funding. So I'm the guy who's going to talk about money last. Those who have left, we can't help them. Okay, so AMD is doing a lot of work in funding your POCs. We are developing joint technologies with them. And there are almost 21 plus services are certified on AWS. So should you choose to go with AWS, AMD can be your preferred choice. So that's action number one. Action number two, OLA. How many of you has heard of this name, OLA? That's nothing to do with Agrawal Saab's company. Okay, that's called optimization and licensing agreements, okay? Optimizing and licensing assessments. So what we do here is, we come to your place, we do a network or we do a hardware assessment, and in case you want to move to cloud, we suggest that what is the best way to move to cloud. And we've got a program called One OLA, okay? Now all this assessment, all these wonderful companies' licenses that you are paying for over a period of time, give us and our partners like WiseTech, Workmates, Rapider, a chance to come to your offices and do this assessment absolutely free of cost. Okay? So once we do this assessment, these are the kind of savings that we have been able to share to the customers. About 36% on average compute cost, 77%. These are based on the global standards and vary from customer to customers. But yes, if you call us and give us an opportunity, we can come to you and tell us these cost savings that you can make should you choose to move to cloud. And accompanying this is specifying on talking about storage, because this is a storage day. These are the few tools that we do to collect if your environment is SaaS, if your environment is SAN, NAS, anything. We've got these tools from NetApp, AWS Data Sync Discovery, Migration Evaluator. All these are tools which effectively runs in about 7 days, collects all the information and generate a TCO sheet, which we give it to you. And that leads us to another wonderful program that we have for our customers, is called Migration Acceleration Program. Anyone in the room, whoever is left, has heard of this name? One person. Now this is a programmatic approach for customers shared by AWS if they want to move their workloads to cloud. And it has got 3 phases into it. The first one is assessment. That primarily is OLA, right? Or we call it OLE in a more Western parlance. And then once we have done with the assessment, then we move and we suggest that these are the workloads that you can move to. And that phase is called mobilize phase, where we do a detailed discovery, planning, and we give you a step-by-step standards operating procedure that in case you want to move your on-prem storage to cloud or any on-prem application to cloud, what is the right way to do? Now, if I have to ask a question, ये कितना पैसा लगेगा तन्मय इसमें? This is almost absolutely funded by AWS. So we are trying our best to make things as smooth for you, as easy for you, as transparent for you, to be able to see and figure out that adopting cloud is the best solution or is the best way ahead for your organization. With that thought in the mind, ladies and gentlemen, I would want to wrap up the day. Super duper thank you to all of you. You've been an extremely patient audience. And over to Afshan, and I must thank you, Afshan, also for being really holding the fort and trying your best to keep up the energies going. I know it's tough when we do a day event, but yeah, that's what it is.
Well, thank you so much, Tanmay. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out the best energy. And now it's time that we call out the winners of the social media contest. Well, I once again request Tanmay to please remain back on stage to give the prizes to our winners. Well, firstly, I'm going to call out the names in case you're not here, then what do we do? That's the question. Should we just pass it? Okay, let's give it a try and let's see if they are here first. Our first winner. How many of your names start with the letter A? Put your hands up. Wow, which means the winner is here. So I have 4 people right here. And the winner, Tanmay, are you ready?
Yes.
You ready to hear the name? And the winner is P.A. Abhishek from Sikitsa.ai. And he is right here. Let's give a big round of applause for Abhishek. And let's welcome him. Hearty congratulations to you.
Here's the SG bucket for you.
Time for us to give the picture perfect moment to be captured. A perfect smile to the camera. Hearty congratulations, Abhishek. Well, we really love all your posts and that's really engaging. Back again. How many doctors in the house? Well, now we have 1. I think so this should be you. Let's give it up for Dr. Apurva Das from TCS.
Oh.
He's not here?
We'll
Doctor's right here. He says, yes, I'm here. You can't miss me. I'm just right here. I was about to go, but then I knew I'm going to get lucky this lovely afternoon. Hearty congratulations to Doctor.
The 3 bucket.
And we really love the $1 million smile that Doctor has on his face right now. So Dr. Das, hearty congratulations to you capturing this beautiful moment. We truly appreciate all your effort. And now we're hoping that the 3rd winner should be here or should not be here. Should not be here. I like that as well. But let me ask now, how many of you are right here whose name starts with the letter V? That's very interesting. That's 2 of them. And your name ends with A. Anybody? Fantastic. Let's give it up for Vivekananda Devi from SAP. Hearty congratulations to you. It is amazing to see that we have all the 3 winners here.
Congrats.
Well, I must really say what a fantastic day it definitely has been. Hearty congratulations to all our 3 winners. I request all the 3 winners to please join us back on stage. Let's capture a wonderful moment. Why don't we have Abhishek, Dr. Das back again on stage? And Vivekananda, I request you to remain back. Vivekananda, please come back. He's like, I won, I'm not listening now. Please come back. Let's capture a picture once again. All the 3 winners. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to each one of you. What a journey it definitely has been. From resilience to innovation and security to modernization, today has definitely been an action-packed day. On behalf of AWS and Cyber Media, thanking each one of you for your valuable time. Kindly please do not forget to give in your valuable feedback. Please scan your QR code, which is just behind your badge. And right at the registration desk, please show that you have given your valuable feedback. We have a memento for you. Do not forget to take the same. With that, once again, thank you so much, Tanmay, for your valuable time on stage. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we once again would like to thank each one of you for your valuable time. It definitely was an amazing day. We hope that you all had a great time, just like the way we did. With that, my name is MC Afshan. I would like to sign off for the evening. See you all absolutely super soon. Thank you.